Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Dear products Nadia Makeup, I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. We pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Quaniton, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Ensure the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow.
Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes. Simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
I want you so bad, I'll firecracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
I don't me call one casa.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Every year, thousands of people around the world fall victim to online fraud. From investment fraud, romance scam, recruitment scam, to online shopping fraud, criminals have developed various ways of using the internet to dupe people of their monies all around the world.
Investment fraud, okay, where people create various businesses on social media and ask people to deposit some amount of money with them, and within a short period of time they guarantee you very high returns. Okay, now people send their monies and they do not hear anything again, where people assume the profiles of other people, soldiers, military men working in various countries, okay, and then they try to lure people, date them online, and then through that they are able to defraud them of several amounts of money. Recruitment scam also has to do with job seekers on social media. So someone creates again a page or a profile on social media, sometimes impersonating our various security agencies like the police, the military and all of that, and then they start making posts that we are recruiting and the processes involved and all of that. Now people also go on there and then they become victims. By when they go through the process, they are asked to pay certain amount of monies and they do not hear anything again. Another one also has to do with online shopping fraud, okay, where businesses are being created on social media. During COVID, one way or the other, we're all shopping online, okay, and then it is dispatched to you, you make payment, or sometimes you need to make payments before you receive the item and all of that. Criminals also took advantage of that, created various, or they still do, create various pages of businesses online. Even some they still even impersonate actual businesses, okay, and then they offer goods at very should I say
relatively low price.
Yes, I wouldn't even say relatively low, you'd say maybe it's a bit, but prices that you wouldn't find anywhere, just to lure victims into doing that.
How do they operate?
They gave me a PC and gave me directions and also give me websites. That was the thing that they gave to me for me to work. They taught me how to chat people online, tell them that this thing is like this, which is not, for me to collect money from them.
Okay. So they taught you how to chat.
Yes.
They gave you a laptop, obviously.
Yes.
And what websites were those? Do you remember 2 or 3 websites?
Just Korea.
Korean websites?
Yes. They will give you their website. You go in there. Sometimes you might even hack it. You go in there.
You have hackers in?
Yes. In our office. There are some
websites?
Yes. Like me. They taught me. Yes, they taught me. So you go in there. Depends on the years of the website. You can hack it.
It be dating work, or you just before, because now you have to start dating work. Dating work. Now Ghana, for Nigeria, now Bitcoin I feel they do.
Bitcoin fraud.
Bitcoin fraud.
How?
I feel they do like if you have 1,000 Ghana cedis, I will use it to change to
1,000 naira. 10K.
If you have 10,000 naira,
10,000.
I will give you 20,000 naira. That's the way they do it. They do the Bitcoin.
So what you go tell client?
I will tell her, if I don't post back or I don't post say giveaway, I they do giveaway of 20,000 naira every Friday. Then I will see that giveaway. So that giveaway me I post for, and you'll be like your Instagram now. I call account. I will your post back or put. Maybe that giveaway. So I post on you. They your friends. They go to say now you. They will call the request. Say how they do it, and I get the money. You know, tell them see the way you can get it. 50 to get 100, 20 to get 40. Is the way we do it.
Between 2019 and 2022, over 6,000 reports of online fraud were made to the Cyber Security Authority. Through investigations, the authority confirmed about 3,000 of these reports to be truly cases of online fraud. According to the authority, perpetrators thrive on the weakness of their victims, which is trust.
The criminals are using what we call social engineering. Okay, Ghanaians naturally we are gullible. Okay, so we tend to trust easily. That is what they use. So social media is more of playing on our minds, okay, to do or to commit crime. So we are seeing cybersecurity as more of a technical problem, but it is equally a very social problem. So our trusting nature is what is being used. The next thing that is being used is greed. So when you look at the various investment scams that are happening, okay, give me 500, I'll give you 5,000 in a week time. These are some of the things, and also we are very trusting. So social engineering has been the main form of modus, okay, through which these criminals are using. For instance, there is a new observed type of cybercrime that we are seeing, okay, or fraud that we are seeing, in which the victims or the criminals, right, are calling in the names of financial institutions, okay, telling the victims that you need to link your Ghana card with your bank account. So I'm calling from this financial institution. We realize that you had not linked your Ghana card, right, with your bank account, and I would want to help you go through the process to do that. In that process, they inquire certain information from you, and if you do not know or you are not aware how to protect yourself, they go even as much as getting your ATM card. They will take the numbers on it, the CVV number behind it. They take very detailed information that they can even use your card to purchase things online.
In dating, we have stages that we chat before you put someone on consignment. First, you chat that person. You chat the person friend. Once you people are friends, you chat that person care. After you have chatted the person care, you chat them love. If you chat them love, you chat them trust. Then after trust, because that's the final place, that's the final thing that will chat the person, then you place the person on consignment.
In Ghana, hundreds are arrested for engaging in online fraud annually. Most of them young people under age 30. Areas like Kaswa, Tafo, and East Legon have been identified as hubs for such crimes, with many perpetrators often being arrested in Kaswa. Residents say though they agree the area is a crime zone, the perpetrators are mostly foreigners.
Yeah, we had here. We should be anybody, but we go on more. We go do anybody now. If we be na aba, if we are na, all the cars were there na apesesa. But here we had here. Bolivia any year. And I say so. No do plan na minimum. So do what plan na be home.
I've been from Kaswa 30 years now. There's no any problem in Kaswa here. But those from outside,
that Liberia peoples and Nigeria peoples will come enter now. They are giving problems and all that they call it. So if you are fighting, then you fight about that peoples.
Utimusa who wants to pa. They won't who club nipa be say 50 and I say there was a time me point ma me ba say ipie kwan ho a me hwese ka bia begina ho na aya ho nko na no mu yi wom e was second bus stop on ubisa ho say we omo kwan ade bechi no yes ka so ade bechi no wati we nsem bebre otete nsem a e maka so anya kono say e say nka yetna ha but e kura ahoto infan say eniema ekoso ntemtem e wokuro ni mu but edin aka so ekita no e ma sad ni nipa kon no so mbeba abetna kuro ni.
Could this assertion be true?
This is not anything new in the system. For some time now, this has been going on, and we have even, in times without number, we have came into contact with some of them who have escaped from their masters. So, and then we have been able to repatriate some of them back to Nigeria. So it's no news. It has been in the system, and we are trying our efforts to see what we can do about it. These people are in the hiding places. They will go and hire a place. We wouldn't know until maybe some of them are no longer comfortable with the treatment their masters meting on them. That is when you see some of them who escaped. When they escaped, and maybe they might, fortunately, to get contact of one of our executives or any Nigerians that they think they can talk to. So through those people, then they bring them to us. So then we do the needful.
We have been in these activities of curtailing the nefarious activities of our young boys and girls in the country. Actually, it's not an issue that is very healthy and interesting at all to hear that our young, our children, the new generation involve themselves in this kind of negative, adventure. A good father or parents will not be happy seeing young children, involving themselves in cyber crime or cyber crime and every other, bad activities.
I can see why there is an ongoing conflict between Israel and Palestinians. It is quite an old conflict that took place, say, roughly for the last 100 years or so.
Yes.
But this war is not part of it.
Hi, good day and welcome to another edition of The Lowdown here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Daniel Ojo. Today I've got an important guest to be having an international conversation with. Over the last 3 weeks or so, you may have heard of the escalation of the Israeli-Hamas conflict, which has claimed a lot of lives, both military and civilians. Today we'll try and get some perspective from the Israeli ambassador to Ghana, Her Excellency Shlomit Sufa. She's been in Ghana for the last 2.5 years, been normally talking about the bilateral trade between Ghana and her country. But over the last 3 weeks or so, she's been thrust into the media eye to try and offer some perspective as to what's happening in Israel and whether or not there is going to be a ceasefire anytime soon. This promises to be a very riveting conversation. You don't want to miss it. Stay with us. We're back after this break. Welcome Welcome back from the break. This is still the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Daniel Odro. As I mentioned in my introduction, today we are privileged to speak to the Israeli ambassador to Ghana, Her Excellency Shlomit Sufa. She will try and give us some ideas or some perspective as far as the Israeli-Hamas war is concerned. And I'm sure for many people in Ghana, the question is, will there be ceasefire anytime soon? Ambassador, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Daniel.
So, a lot of things have changed since October 7th. Where were you? Were you in Ghana? Were you outside? And how did you receive the news of the attack on Israel?
Well, actually, October 7th was my last day of vacation in Israel. I was due back on the 8th. And very early on that day, a Saturday, I received phone calls from friends telling me, you have to, watch TV and see what's going on. And once I started watching TV, there was the horrors. It was just, first of all, I couldn't stop watching TV for the next 12 hours straight because the incoming reports were just too horrific to believe. And ever since that day to this very day, even this morning, I read a post by one of the accounts on Twitter which described one of the horrors that took place on October 7th by Hamas terrorists. And I was not familiar with it, and despite everything that I've already learned, I was still shocked to the core. Now, I don't know which are the people that are watching us now. They may be children, so I cannot repeat the horrors and describe them, but it is something that a human mind cannot fathom, the level of cruelty, brutality, savagery. I think you phrased it very well when you started by saying the Israel-Hamas war.
Okay.
Because we are at war with Hamas, and it is important to stress we're not at war with the Palestinians, we're not at war with Muslims or with the Muslim world. No, we're at war with Hamas. And ever since October 7, we are in a new era. It is no more of the same. We had previous escalations with Hamas, we had military operations, but this is not the same as it was before. This is a war that is intended to eradicate the military capabilities of Hamas, to depose it from its terror regime over Gaza Strip. We cannot allow this horrible, monstrous threat to keep on existing right at our doorstep.
Okay. I'll come to why you describe this as different from the previous escalations, but what is the historical antecedent of this? There are different literature about this, about how the Hamas feel that their land has been overtaken by the people of Israel, etc., etc. From your perspective, what's the genesis of this conflict between Hamas and Israel?
I think the word that we need to use here is not genesis, but genocide. And this is the difference between the struggle of Palestinian people to achieve a resolution, an agreement with Israel, to achieve peace at any time in the future. And Hamas is not part of this equation. Hamas is leading a genocidal policy against Israel, against Jews all over the world. They are very clear about this. This is something that they state very clearly in their convention. And they are openly calling for Jews to kill Jews all over the world. They are not looking into building, establishing a state. They are working towards the destruction of the state of Israel. And there's a huge difference between what they're doing and what other Palestinians elements, such as the Palestinian Authority, is doing. Hamas is not about helping the Palestinians, and we see time and again the level of brutality, of terrorism, of destruction, how they use their own people as human shields. We've seen reports in international media, not just Israeli media, about how they use the civilians, how they prevent them from moving from the area where Israel is fighting now to a safer area in the south part of the Gaza Strip, how they build their bunkers and command posts underneath hospitals, inside mosques, in the vicinity of schools. So these establishments will allegedly protect them from being attacked.
Okay. But you may disagree with their modus operandi, the way they have gone about it. But do you see the reason why they feel like their home has been taken and that they want their home back?
I can see why there is an ongoing conflict between Israel and Palestinians. It is quite an old conflict that took place, say, roughly for the last 100 years or so.
Yes.
But this war is not part of it.
Okay.
This war is about Hamas as an extreme Islamist terror organization, recognized and acknowledged as such by the US, the EU, many other countries all over the world. And their goal is not about being part of this conflict, disagreements between Israelis and Palestinians.
Okay.
Their goal is part of the global Islamic jihad against Israel, against Jews. Just 2 weeks ago, they called on their supporters to attack Jews all over the world. This is not about a political agenda.
Okay.
This is about a religious, extreme religious agenda that they hold, the same as ISIS, the same as Al-Qaeda, the same as organizations, terror organizations that we see right here in Ghana on our doorstep, such as Boko Haram. They all share the same ideology, and it is not a political ideology.
Okay. Many say they see why Israel is also retaliating or trying to exert its authority and power. But in doing that, you are also hurting civilians, and they have become, if you want, collateral damage. And while you may be doing a good thing, the loss of civilians is something that is an injustice to the world. How do you respond to that?
I would say that it is vital to understand that Israel, in order to be leading a legitimate war, we must comply with the laws of armed conflict. We are being very careful to make sure that we comply to the provisions of the laws of armed conflict. All the targets that we hit are being reviewed to make sure that they are legitimate, and we try the best as we can not to hurt civilians. Sometimes it is unfortunately impossible, but the goal is never to hurt civilians. I cannot stress this enough.
Okay.
We do not wish to hurt civilians, and again, sometimes it is inevitable, but it is a question or a demand that should be addressed to Hamas, because Hamas is, as I said, using its civilians as human shields, is preventing them from clearing from a dangerous area to a safer area, where Israel has declared that this place will be safe and will not be attacked. They are using, as I said, those facilities where civilians find refuge, such as hospitals.
Yeah.
So they're using these hospitals, and at the end of the day, the Hamas terrorists, and this is one of our greatest challenges, they find refuge and shelter in the tunnels that they have built underneath Gaza. You have to think of Gaza as a metro city, where you have hundreds of kilometers of tunnels and bunkers built underneath the city. If Hamas would in any way have their own civilians under consideration, trying to protect them, maybe they would allow them to find refuge in those tunnels.
Okay.
But they do not. On the contrary, not only do they not allow them access to any shelter, but they deprive them of the means that they are currently at the Gaza Strip.
Okay.
Fuel, water, medical supplies. Hamas has been stealing these supplies from hospitals, from UN hospitals in the Gaza Strip. This is their agenda, not about taking care of their own civilians or even the Palestinian cause, but rather have as much terror and destruction inflicted on the Gaza Strip.
Wow. This is still the lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Daniel Ojo. We are trying to understand the situation in Israel as far as the Israel and the Hamas war is concerned. The Israeli ambassador to Ghana is trying to offer some perspective on this program. Honorable, so if I understand you correctly, you say, or you are saying that Israel will do whatever it can this time around to eliminate Hamas completely.
Yes.
And even though you understand that that would come at a certain cost, this is important if you want to eliminate Hamas.
I'm saying that exactly, and I'm saying that people and countries that call for, say, a truce or some kind of ceasefire need to understand that these measures, if taken, will only allow Hamas to rearm itself, to reprovision itself.
You don't want that to happen.
To re-strengthen and get ready for the next part of the war.
Okay.
And if we are calling for a long-term ceasefire, the only thing that we will be doing is resetting the timer for the next round of escalation.
Okay.
We've had that so many times. We've had that we've tried any kind of settlement with this terror entity, but there's no reasoning with them.
Okay.
I'm sure people are not aware that thousands of people from Gaza had work permits to come in and work in Israel, make a living. Hundreds of people from Gaza were allowed under medical permits to be hospitalized in Israeli hospitals.
Okay.
There was water pipes leading from Israel to Gaza. There was power lines leading from Israel to Gaza. By the way, all those claims about Israel cutting the supplies.
They are not
Out
true?
of 10 lines that were connecting power between Israel and Gaza, 9 were disabled because of Hamas rockets that misfired and fell in their vicinity. And it's important to note at this point that everything that is taking place now is still under ongoing fire of rockets from Gaza Strip on Israel, on the southern part, on the central part, Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, indiscriminately, trying to hurt as many civilians as possible. As we speak, there are still rockets fired on Israel, and this is where Hamas is focusing its effort on still trying to hurt and kill as many civilians as possible. And out of these, over 8,000 rockets at this point, 8,000 rockets, 8,000 war crimes of Hamas, about 20% of them misfire and fall within the Gaza Strip, often hurting Palestinians. So we're talking about roughly over 550 rockets so far that has misfired and fell within Gaza territory and possibly hurting power lines or people, other facilities.
Okay. How has the international community reacted to what is happening? Obviously, with what is happening in Ukraine and Russia, the world doesn't need another war. How has the international world reacted, and are you happy with the way they've responded?
Well, we've seen an overwhelming support so far by many, many countries of the international community. We've seen Ghana condemning the terror attacks by Hamas and supporting Israel's right to self-defense. And it is crucial to understand that all of this is exercising, this war is about exercising Israel's right and obligation to self-defense, to defend its civilians. And those who do not want to see another war, again, need to understand that in order to prevent another war, we need to win this war.
Okay.
We cannot have this evil. There's no other way to describe these. I cannot even call them people. People who take pleasure in killing at point blank entire families. I cannot even begin to describe it. Decapitate people, rape, torture, burn people alive, take with them 230 hostages back to the Gaza Strip. Some of them are children under 5 years old. Some of them elderly people beyond the age of 75. Deprived of any connection to their families, deprived of any right the basic rights of having connection with the International Red Cross, deprived of food, of medical care. We have no idea, we have no way of knowing what is their situation, and we fear the worst, of course. These terrorists, if we do not win this war, if we are not able, if we are stopped from winning this war and totally eradicating their military capabilities, it will only, as I said, set the timer to another escalation, another war, more misery, more suffering. I think all of us had enough.
Okay.
It's time to free Gaza from Hamas.
Okay. So this is still the lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. We'll go for our first break. We'll return for the second half of the interview where we'll ask what the ambassador is expecting of Ghana and the other African nations and also the other international bodies who have not made any declaration yet, and whether or not there is going to be a resolution anytime soon, or whether or not Israel would win the war anytime soon for there to be peace in that part of the world. We're back after this break. Stay with us.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow.
Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes. Simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Welcome back from the break. We're into the final lap of our interview with the Israeli ambassador to Ghana, Her Excellency Shlumet Sufa. She's been giving us some perspectives on what is happening in the Israeli-Hamas war, and there are people who say there should be ceasefire. But Her Excellency believes that this is not more of the same. This is a different kind of war. This is a war Israel must win to send a strong signal to other extremist groups in Africa and elsewhere that the international world would not entertain or negotiate with terrorists or people who are inhumane. Ambassador, this must have implications on the everyday life of Israelis, on the business, the trade world sees Israel. How has this impacted on the economy of Israel, this war?
Well, that's a very good question. I mean, first and foremost, we must take into account that about 120,000 people in Israel have been relocated. They needed to be cleared from that territory, from the southern part of Israel, close to the Gaza Strip, because of the ongoing danger of rockets, because of still attempts of terrorists to this very day to infiltrate into Israel and continue the massacre, the killing, the savagery. And the same goes, by the way, for many of our localities and villages in the northern part of the country, because there is constant and growing threat from Hezbollah and other terror organizations that operate from southern Lebanon. And this is, by the way, no mistake, no coincidence. It is all orchestrated and supported and pushed forward by Iran. Iran is working very strongly to have Israel face two fronts, and actually three, because we've already witnessed two attempts to attack Israel by the Houthis, which are a proxy of Iran in Yemen, and they have been launching cruise missiles to attack Israel. A few of them were intercepted by an American warship cruising along the shores of Yemen, and some hit a couple of days ago, only 2 days ago I believe. They were directed at the most southern city of Israel, which is Eilat, but were not accurate, and they hit the Egyptian city of Taba. So this is all coordinated and pushed forward by Iran, who is also financing and arming and giving guidance to all these terror organizations.
Because I was going to come to how they're able to finance this war, this terror group as you described them, how they are able to and you believe Iran is behind it.
We know that Iran is behind it. We know that Iran supplies close to $1 billion per year to Hezbollah, and providing them with all kinds of weapons, assisting them in upgrading their weapons. Hezbollah is currently holding something in the vicinity of 150,000 rockets and missiles, all aimed at Israel, by range covering the entire territory of Israel. And this is, by the way, much more than many regular armies would have all over the world. We do not want a war with Hezbollah. We do not want a second frontier in the north. If we are forced to, we will fight. We will fight very fiercely. But I cannot stress this enough. We do not want to see another war with Hezbollah, and we would rather not have any escalation on our northern border. You asked about the impact to the Israeli economy.
Yeah.
Well, war efforts are indeed expensive, and there's a lot of resources that are directed into this war effort. Actually, also the entire civilian population in Israel is mobilized to support the people whose lives have been destroyed in the south, to provide them with alternative housing and food and supplies, because they have lost everything. People are volunteering to dig graves because of the huge number of people that have been murdered. We don't even have enough people to dig the graves in the graveyards.
Wow.
And people all over the country are mobilized to support whatever efforts the economy needs. And we have seen before that we have gone through very difficult wars. And every time the Israeli economy emerged from these wars in a very clear trend of getting stronger and getting better. We believe that this will be the case with this war as well. Despite all the resources, despite the toll that it has, that it is having on Israeli economy, we believe that we will be able to overcome all these challenges and difficulties in the months and years after this war.
But do you think this is going to, if we like, discourage, for example, people in Europe, people in America who are trying to establish businesses in Israel to say, we cannot guarantee that in the next 10 years, 5 years, there will be another escalation. So why not why go and put your money in Israel if you cannot predict what's going to happen in the next 5 years?
That's an excellent question, because obviously you've seen that Israel is a country that ever since its establishment 75 years ago. We've been through so much. We've been through wars, we've been through military operations, we've been through months and years of terrorism inflicted on Israelis. And despite all this, you see how the Israeli economy was showing remarkable results, especially in the last couple of years. But all through the existence of Israel, you saw a very strong trend of better and better economy and showing better results and not losing, our international credit rate by international entities that rate each and every country. So I think that, as they say, the proof is in the pudding, meaning that if, despite everything that we have been through, you saw so much interest by leading world economies and international companies to come and invest in Israel and to put the money and trust in Israeli economy, I think that is an excellent answer to your question.
Okay. Let's talk about things that are less stressful to you. You've been in Ghana for 2.5 years. Have you enjoyed your stay in Ghana?
Yes, very much so. Ghana is so warm and welcoming, and Ghanaians are so... Something about Ghanaian culture is so in line or so similar to Israeli culture.
Oh, okay.
In terms of the openness, in terms of the warmth of the people, even informality that you find with so many contacts, the colorfulness, the love of life. I see many similarities between our two cultures.
Okay. What do you want to be remembered for, assuming your tenure is over and you've left Ghana? What do you think you want to leave behind as a legacy?
I think it's a great question, but I think it's a bit too soon to talk about my legacy. Let's have this interview closer to the time when I end my tenure here, and then we'll talk about legacy, but this is still not the time yet.
Okay. Finally, should people be rest assured that this war will be won anytime soon? If it is not going to be, if it's not winnable, are we going to have ceasefire? Because everybody wants, I think most people want an end to these brutalities.
If people want an end to these brutalities, then we must be allowed, as I said before, to win this war, to eradicate Hamas capabilities, to send a very clear signal to extremist Islamist terror organizations all over the world that the world have seen enough terror, enough suffering, and that it is time to come to a place where liberal, law-abiding democracies win this war. I think no one expected the United States after 9/11. No one expected to come to a truce or ceasefire with Al-Qaeda.
So this is similar to that.
Yes, everybody understood the level of horror and the level of challenge that the United States was facing at the time. This is our 9/11, and we must get the support of the international community in order to be able to overcome this challenge, and we believe that this will be for the benefit of law-abiding democracies all over the world.
Okay. And you think this will happen anytime soon? Or you think it doesn't matter how long it takes? Once it is something that you have to win, you need to win, if it takes even a year or two to do that?
I can't believe that this will take so long. We are determined to continue with this war until we are able to win it. I can't give you a time frame.
Okay.
Israel is, first of all, being very careful about the targets that we choose and aim, because we need to abide to the laws of armed conflict, and also because we want to make sure that we do this in a method that will protect our own soldiers as much as possible. We hope that we will be able to be triumphant, but The real challenge is those thousands and thousands of terrorists still hiding in the tunnels underneath the city, again at the vicinity of churches and mosques and schools and hospitals, trying to find shelter there. The real challenge will be when we will be starting facing those terrorists.
Okay. Maza, thank you very much for your time. I know you're very busy, and we hope that there will be an end in sight. I know you are in Ghana, but your mind and everything is still with the people of Israel, where you come from, where you have your family, and obviously it must be a very terrifying situation, because every morning you wake up, I'm sure you are watching the news, you're calling back home to see if everybody is safe.
True.
But thank you very much for your time, and all the best in your stay in Ghana and in all your endeavors. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Daniel.
My name is Daniel Odro. This has been another edition of The Lowdown. I've been speaking with the Israeli ambassador to Ghana, Her Excellency Shlomit Sufa. She granted us audience in her office. We'll be back same time with another edition of the show. Until then, it's bye for now.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Dear Products Nadia Makeup, I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. We pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place, the Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Kwanyet on, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Ensure the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana
cedis. Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses? Talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors.
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow.
Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Don't me call one casa. Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers. Simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Amnesty International condemns any forms of violence against any individual, regardless of gender, sex, sexual orientation, religion. Amnesty International condemns any forms of violence.
I can see why there is an ongoing conflict between Israel and Palestinians. It is quite an old conflict that took place, say, roughly for the last 100 years or so.
Yes.
But this war is not part of it.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Idea Products Nadia Makeup. I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. We pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Kwanyet on, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. The proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer in 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Now watching him on so a century near Napo TV radio.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Idea Products Nadia Makeup. I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. We pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Kwanyet on, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. The proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer in 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes.
Okay.
But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow.
Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes. Simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you.
Wow.
You Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I don't me call one casa.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers. Simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Na watching mu nso nsɛnkyerɛ ni anapo TV radio presenter ɛyɛ ɔhema wo yɛ tutu bi yie pa ɛdemane ɛyɛ delay yie ankasa Mabo maba ni de na ye nkomo ho on GhanaWeb TV entertainment industry mu nsem me se na me cameraman o me ni age amanti hu de ya mafa me ho na to musanya agro ne ba bedi wa as usual entertainment industry mu nsem ni akoso ni awate ni awonte ye ni awo penya mu hihwehwemu afifi mu ebiebi mu ehu mu ne ma no e no be kwa de bia na masom na me de tesematesa na me de ba besom mi ntwa me ho tema ho na me ba bibia wo se wonya wonte ase bia nso me de asom. Medofo pa mesama wakwaba edeba nkomo hoso on GhanaWeb TV medin mami akuache nimdia hima ba kope mesi manim eni mechi obi eni wo hwana sa wonti ase epone dawe utumi gya ho to mefa wa ne wa awlan ya ena me hye nsama ase na wotwe mu so de ne beef na as usual udanya ni bia na se beef ni wona nche so won se Ghana na je sa tete apansama ne sam na papa wa ye fe eye Aisha Modi echirema Samira ba omie enti aso pa opese o family so ebisa se enti unim se Ghana hanom oba or how ewa Ghana hanom ye unim pa because on the ogidi say unim wa sheda monitor ahwe wo kono ba dwumedia se bia bekobia baga kita enti se ni bonya den kra na enyu over $120 aden Ochema or how nkitinkiti bia wa Ghana hanu ni zichu pa kwa yaresa bia hodo a ewo Ghana hanu man obekọ bed se wo num chesa asese ebia tete apansam ni nyina no se bia hu nyansa so obeka se o sa sika no mede kọ akwakoto mpa e dia ma ayaresa bia no se ne be ye betumi aboa na omanfo enya nkwaje ewo ho no o sori abax hodo na e na ado tototo Aisha Modi tirema Samra ba omie onu ni asem bia onpese oni ni benya asem nso dia ene ebo homodia na bax na tototo no ja yusu se ne be onu so be ja wo hwe ewo eye Ghana hanu Ene se Samra Baumia agene dia na ni kunu nso Dr. Mahmoud Baumia we nso eye wo dia Sofopeni a oda Ebenezer Miracle Worship Center no Dr. Ebenezer Yadom aka Opambwe Chirema me mamie kwa menkanchira wo Dr. Mahmoud Baumia say ye wo se mo flag bearer about one amokoto ya nyame ye wadom e ma wo to a ye to abede ma wo e mo babe frankatofo e dia ma MPP amanyoko no enu nti ena wona mebo se abohire de nam dia na wo feel to kwakọ wini afi 2024 abato ne dia ene otebe nkancho se po enya dia beba so ene anaso ochina ochema abato 2024 no nyankopon eyi atro no opambo ohye wo honhon wiase no ohun se former president John Dramani Mahama no ene edi 2024 abato no amano Ochema wenye se ebia obenya position bi e dey free NDC aban no na mom no nyankopon ene yi atwe no o se the number of pastors bishops prophets eno beti so mu nyina dia egu fie so bo mo mpa yen fama no opambo echema Dr. Mahmoud bia e che se empa ha unpo nko esansa fi 2024 abato ne dia nya dia be wini enne o chena sumpo e ka ho Enya na mewie de Baomies no na menkonkopie mu nso e wo de Japan nso efie na che se asin central ma shebedwani Kennedy Japan ne baba ayefe no se Amanda Japan echirema ne papa saso de ohun bi da che se ote no so a na wa sorry because papa be ni ochema wo hwe de wi ne papa watumi abra no papa ne very very ambitious cause hwe na bra bo eto bedru baby no kwa brochire ekotonton woniema okoye sei ofan koye da even Ghana hanom bro ye no pe na ye se ba Ghana hanom na so ba politics ma watumi edi watena ma shebedwama for close to 20 years eni to chema achievement and papa Kennedy Japan wono Amanda Japan chema papa no chese o ye inspiration e de mo no ankasa ne ba ne no so video bi aba beto dwane hu ta baba we e bo ne papa ba so ye pa o chim se e wo mu se mo flag bearer prime minister mo ko ye when we ni anase bibi but that alone any even vote papa etumi gada ye e wo Ghana hanum no otumi se nye bibi an na ya asem keto kan Amanda Japan e chirema daddy Kennedy Japan ye ofa mami ekua men kan cho se nya wa ye ne de e so nani ankasa
This past weekend our dad was running for president of Ghana. This past weekend, yesterday. Yesterday were the primaries for his party, right? And while he didn't win, he did much better than some people would have expected him to, right? And you just have to look at that man, Kennedy Japan, and be awe-inspired by all he's been able to achieve in his life. Growing up, our dad would always tell us, like, you can do anything you set your mind to, right? Because what happens when you have 17 daughters and 5 sons? You start to think about how the world is going to perceive them. You have black men, but then you also have black women, right? He always told us, like, no matter what, don't let anyone tell you you can't do something because you're black, you're a woman. Don't listen to that, right? And all I saw this weekend was him being the living embodiment of you can do anything you set your mind to. If he's not that, then I don't know who strung those words together to make that saying. They should have never done it. This man grew up in a village in Ghana with quite literally little to nothing. Had no electricity growing up. Didn't get his first pair of shoes, I think, until the age of 16. Was having to sell gum razors to help put himself through school, to help put his siblings through school, to help his parents out. Ended up coming to America, becoming a taxi cab driver, was a gas station attendant, worked at Zaro Bakery, all at the same time to put himself through school. Was also at one point a dishwasher and a chef in Germany. Ended up buying his first house. J-Lo, fun fact, was his neighbor, actually. This was decades ago when she was Jenny from the block, right? Went back to Ghana, established several businesses, from media company, refrigeration, real estate. Now has over 7,000 employees, right? Has been a member of parliament for over 20 years. The second longest running member of parliament in Ghanaian history. And then stood up to also run to be the candidate for his party. Awe-inspiring. I've never been prouder in my life, more inspired in my life by this man, Kennedy Ohene Akumpreko Ejapon.
Washa wase onto the law afe kowachi onaina Mami Cecilia Mafu na watching ono so abe trendy ye pa ni nyina ne se ma mi chire ma enkane pa okona sorry ho no ma members ano chira owo asisia enam yinkofo bi so ewo Ghana hanum tini members wate no otumu se are wo se mi pa na interview aso kokopie mu ewo Joy Prime TV so na be hu se ma mi esu se tetetetete ochire ma ne members 400 no sisi almost what to say hu emeye ka say aka 40 na blame ni nyina no de kwama dan na asamwa ono ene ne papa Kennedy Japan o chire ma sankofo mienu nsem bi o mo kafa no ene mi o mo chire ye e wo Ghana no enam so masisi a ono eye islamafo na sori nyina egu o chire ma ya de a e ha na dwuye baba to no de so nyamiti ni mu yi enya de oni obi abeko da wojane ha na mane nyina e de amanyame nyame nso de wogya wasem de mana kon de obeko amonte no islamafo chire ma sisi aye kase wono mo ka wo nyina menam so e ma chese na sori egu a from 400 to 40 aden tinke tight grand kasa na mbe no islamafo chire ma ni asankofo mienu Kennedy Japan ene dan na asamwa aye no e wo Ghana no ni nyina ka ho e na sori ne members say from 400 to 40 members no
na ase time bi na papa yo kope flag bearer race obo we chipa Kennedy Japan ebi mo se affect your sorry affect you so de kakra
me mom de eni ma o ma ye de nyame na be come ko ama me oni mi say ya sorry na mi kuta nipa be ko nipa over be 400 me catch you say na so na kanipa be 40 a wo be je di eni ma Ghana ha ma me ncho mama I am in pessimism. It says anything be ano. Mitimi twa so le no husu. Na obi a be bu that obi a be bu na konta say mate. Ghana ma me na ankasa da.
Na interview na senswa ena eye Cecilia Mafo e de chese aseda stronko ekoma no ankasa ne nyumtina na woni nuaba nyumtini eye Esther Smith ochema Cecilia Mafo chema ne pempenso oba bedu e wo nyumtuo mu nyina efiri eye Esther Smith ne nya ne se emra na Esther Smith wa brochire ena chese ni manager na po no eye ni record label wa sign to no eye Esther Smith ne ni onipa ka oda no e kasa ye chemu so mi woni aba bi e wo eye Ghana na me hwe se ni ane nyumtuo ete na utum so very good singer ye into chema oni label chronic kasa ye na ma chronic kasa enye hwe enye meji atum eno se chese nam so e ma eye onipa chronic tumi boa ono sisira mafo masisi ananyum so ebe dum pepe so e wo Ghana nto ndi ochema si ye wa side bia be ma obi e wo Ghana hanu ma na chese anampo nyum tuni bia na chese Esther Smith esen sisira mafo chema Esther Smith ya dia oboa no woni nyum tomu ankasa Enya na mini washa wase ewie na minkonkopie mo nso ewo I have called you by your name. Be strong and courageous. Ao na no pakra na sema miki na chese ma me dina samwa ayanka se nyumtuni ba ko pe. Ochema mo amosori amusia no no wabo abrewa na be me bia mpe ne fa ne ko sisi no. O se me nka nkyere mo se in a day kran mo ni mema etumi ba na kwan mu ebe se ne pa na ochema mema bebre aba na kwan ma ba be se ne pe but no she's a very focused woman. She's really focused on pesa or niema bebre apart from enyum to no or philanthropy job bi so aye or ye kan and afi politics but amongst all ni nyina no ministry ena chese nani wo ho yie pa nti nye se bia mema mpeno anase bibi o chema mema pani yie pa a da nyina omo ba ebese ne pebato no dan na tamo aye chirema dabida oyo obi a ministry esi nani so eni nti na mu hu se waware ne na waware nsusu boye mfa nko heaven nti mu amonnam kasa da be no bere na find ko si se dan na chirema onu sisi a one thing and a assignment no which is the ministry.
They approach you, they come.
Who approach me? Oh, it's so many.
So many.
So many come in my life, but I don't allow him. I don't allow them.
Because you are focused on the work of God.
Yes.
Are you into full-time ministry now because you do partly politics and other things? Are you into full-time ministry?
Full-time media. No, yeah, da.
Okay.
So
how are you able to juggle between politics, your philanthropic work, your radio presentation, your gospel ministry, your evangelism? How are you able to do all this?
I'm busy, yeah. Once a while.
Ene na me nkonko pie mo so e wanyumtini sa akwade akache na wotwen so enyumtini etrendi yie pa ni nyina ne se beto odwa se ukoko pie mo e wo eye Ghana Export Promotion Authority get perform honom akache a na chese omu kirema report bi aba beto odwa a chese omu about eye company no ne management eye documentary bi 3 minutes documentary bi omu ye no mu wie no sika omu tua ya no nipa ne gye eye 100,000 Ghana cedi na chese sika 1 billion ne ba no manfo yakasa documentary be nko adan ena mo waste so much money sir ena sa kwade na nutum na otire mu say when you be afford usually mo amuni industry ni mu na yara mo nshada entiase because nyema kom lighting kom chese bibia nyema ne dos nti ubo mo creative industry no mo space na very very expensive na nsemi okan social media for bi chire ma papa den na wo pa chire den nko ena mu betwa den nko na mu ko use ya mo kwa koji sika nko 1 billion aden na utu social media so de ade a nyutuni sa akode o man fa ne ho ancha ne kra. Na ochi mu so ababawa aye friend no say Asantoa ono ye TikTok influencer ebeto odwa so no ankasa ne TikTok account no chese ya bani na na video bi ebeto odwa na otumu say na rewo sem yepa ochemo no kra no onim ne namfofo na na frefre no nkofo send message say adin na sisi won hu ni wo TikTok bi no kra no onim wo hwe onto so kokko wie no ko bi o say na den kra na waya ekokko wie no chese ya bani no ochema ni nyina no nheda enim ye ekoso but onyam ntiase eni ne ntia ya bani ni over 3.1 nkofo followers the word just any site and so aya bani no bia intumi nkyere nyentia but Asantoa edin kyerechemu ba ne ntia ya bani ne account na me obeki as usual me desa details ni na so e ba be somo.
I just woke up to a banned TikTok account and for real I don't know, I'm out of words. So people were asking, lots of people were asking, I am not finding you on TikTok anymore. Is it true you are banned? I got lots of messages. I'll try and find a way and put some on the screen for you guys to see. But like my phone was buzzing. My phone became hot because lots of people were thinking it was a prank or something like that. So, but yeah, that is the only account I had, and I did not have any backup account. And so, as it stands now, I am not on TikTok at the moment. It hurts, yes, it does, because an account I have built with so many years. I, started from scratch, from zero. I started with no followers, and I started putting in hard work, waking up, sometimes at dawn, just to create viable content, sweet content, awesome content for you guys. Sometimes because of the ambience, I would love to shoot.
Azonto confirm DJ Azonto confirm I not just a DJ Azonto hrema we confirmation someone am bisa say into owu a na ntade ayo hyehyɛ wɔ Ghana hanum no wu a ye de besie nanan wa ba be the confirmation na wa de atom tete si ade mo a mo ntia ase ne ntia yo dresses address no o chema sa mo ntia ase ne no ka kire mo se nyame ye na dom na so wu e de free atasefo asati so a send your dress ne fa sa ntade nan fa hye no na che so fa nko ye ewufo asase so esan so chema no ha no Ghana na on ntia ase o obi ne brand nso so mo ntia ase na de bia na de no hye e ne fa ne ko si sen o chema ono nkasa wa adamfo bi wo Ghana ha no a wo boutique anko no nko hwe anim sen ka at least nka why popular obetumi aso antade de abro no DJ azonto so onboa onhye na chezo de advertisement mpo na nko nya nso da bida o sorry no hye ne man tade so no man for air kasa ade afon o cheba sisa ne na dwen no why ne mind siso wu sisi ana na chese santade no hye de ko baabia no onye na dwen se o ba be jai santade ne hye no to so wu a yembo ye homode na ntade no hye no ye fa nkonkosie no na chese omunyi beda eye amnani mu kama yi pa ene bi ngina DJ azonto ni sense mi na mi ntwa me ho pensuo bi no me ba ne aka nyina so me de ahye so e de amawo.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Madie nyina mesama wakwa ba edeba nkomo hoso on GhanaWeb TV migdin mami akuache nimdia hema ba kope meso wo hye na se wonti ase a oboy na ne to no utumi pass mami meje no fala na me to amensem so na mka kopie mu so e wo ba so no delay akachi na wotwi mu so ababa we wa trendy ni nyina ne se as usual aya otai bisa nsem e wo social media se oh asembe na wo na pese obisa no nipa ne ba o say na just one answer no control it to one say ask me any question and I will answer. You have called me and I will answer. And your chema social media use be eko bisa oba delay say mamie so say misa untimi bisa wo adenti na up till now o age on worry ya what wo twen den wa won worry on so awon wo delay say nonsense question. Nonsense. How can you ask me this silly question? Adam me worry if I want question where dey me answer edrobia enka dem ekoko wiem no na o man for stress trim say delay one now see me sa wasem after me be sa wasem wi a o ka say nonsense question e ho no man asem no nyina eye deja. Agenda must agenda. Enya na wenwu said na ye ka delay ho ase na me fa armado de nso ntwemu sisi a ne nhwe line se ne yebekọ na wotwe mu nso armado de nsemfa bi aba betudwa ni nyina ni so kire ma na nsentemu ni suku bi okoye ni na fufunum bi eba ne nchen bebisa ne se oh deri a wutie ni sika beba wo yi o san ba school sa aba begiden o kire ma we nyina e fine and more of us and mo from afar and tisao and obi word man na me hwe wanim so betoka and abeye say and e fine nekosi sen amado kire mo no on tisika en konkoto Range Rover emra na nebusuafo e kom de omo enti so de sika betoka pan de nkono amado de obebo no hommode na nko de sasika no e de ato aduane e maye nebusuafo e di nti mo a mu musicians sinitwafo hu omo ye business gagaga wadwe mu nyina sa omuktes kom munja sa de na mu ye hwehwe nim amado kire ma enti sakra ontena semfanti ni sika nkonkonto Range Rover emrekra ye ekom de nebusuafo nto de ni sika nyina no e ado beto aduane e de ama nebusuafo. Miguswa jina delay akachi na watwi mu nso eyen century ni anapo TV radio presenter eye ohima we ye tutu bi ye pa edemane eye delay ye ankasa obi nim ne ekone ne eba but eye ba mi ohima we ye kopie mu e interview bi ase ne ye bi se ono ni delay nsensem chemu se na nsan interview bi a oni delay kokoye ye mutumu se interview na se no ye bi se bi ta wukunu ho nsem ye bebre pa na nkra na etesen eno no ohima we ye echire mi so ono onimo. Answer no bekosa a delay interview 2 years ago no she knew the agenda. She knew pass because only delay on me omo nshada anye namfo nti eba ne sen na delay for phone e frɛ no onim ye pass o ben nsem we ya no ba be bisanti ono okono ye na dwunyina sami ko emi se delay be bisam about my husband but ono no on tena se ema obi a se bi on ware ye man be kon no ni kunu nsem na utie interview na e course 2 years ago na utume interview na se no na delay bi se say oh ohima na se yete se wukunu e twempna na wunkuru ye se na fa yin kosi se na utume se nsem fo ne nyina so na ya de a ohima wo ye genso eto ne boase eyi nsem no wan boy bia no responding to all of them afi dey interview okopie we class FM at so kan won na o manfo e bisa say what is going on as usual me mami ekua se wa koto mintumi enka bibia be fem aba bia no as usual me sanse san nyina e dey aba besom wo
our be anywhere perfect. Exactly. Even the people that are projecting perfect marriage on social media, they are lying. Sure. A format you. Then they can't ask me about me to life for the for life to say. So that answer was to let her know that me want to be flom you. Okay. So she thought that Uncle be flom me say me a John Uncle be say no. Na no me Charlie me kunu. Also all the read you men all the I mean, even in the Bible, something previous, even if assuming yes, if my husband has cheated indeed, Bible no more no be Yakob na for no man cheat your Bible. Who is my husband compared to the people that actually story or Bible? Or Madam Funi Yakob no mo fa amount for year long, and you know, so you shouldn't say about my marriage.
Ye wo nyansa, ene ye wo nimdie. Niye na wo de wo na ye Mr Logic entertainment pandit wo Ghana hanom no what to be ye pa e de amane National Science and Maths Quiz Mistress I friend is Professor LC Kaufman na sente mo maami kopie mu e wo interview bi ase e na odin simfo bi e kwato dwa o kire mu tse Presec Legon School de bia o mo ba quiz ya kwa wie mu na chese o manwini enye bibia nti o emre kwa na suku ahodo num bi no bonyum di asa to nyim di asa no na presec de bia sa quiz na mankasa to mo hua de anesa na ne nsemi okokan ye na entertainment for no bi say de na wo patcho kokko wi nkrampo de na ekuo bi atro krata de ba mi so on be patcho de na wo patcho no adan ya to nyim ne ya sa no creative industry ya de ye nya correct na asa den enam so na ya Mr Logic chem say mami LC nti wa de a wo kan ye ma o chema ewiase a ye wo no mu ye wonimde ene ye wonyansa sebio ni awo ye no wonimde nso ye kan nyansa nya wo kan nya nya de anyansa wom e ba ko se ene nya homa nimde bia so ne nimde de wo yusu nimde na de nyansa nso sebio e de kan wontumi nsore e meka sansam se den singing and dancing. What do you mean by that? Mr Logic chirema Professor LCA won pen to ene won pen no a bo homodi ane fa chopa kese pa break creative industry no because you cannot tell them what to do. Nya o kan no ensem fatanto chirema o gina mesoma me akua men kan chiro professor so pa o cho wonsam na be kan ni nyina fa chopa kese nyina fa bromo.
People, I mean, it seems as if their contestants are preparing even well before they even get into the school.
Is it?
So some young junior high school student or even basic school student is watching this program and observing how well the school is doing and deciding that they are going to go to that school. These days, there are all kinds, Professor Kuwe's own program. There are all kinds of programs, quiz programs, they are practicing there. By the time they get to Presec to come and join that team, they already have a head start. Compare this to a girls' school that is picking their candidates or their contestants after mock in final year. Are they on the same playing field? Wow. So they have the structures in place. At Presec right now, I'm sure they have several different teams. And they didn't start this just yesterday. They have their first year team. Even the first year, you know how many students went to Presec just to be on the team. So I'm sure they have multiple teams in first year.
Interesting. So
when other schools
are
singing and dancing, these people are doing quiz programs in the school.
Wow. Or when other schools are singing and dancing. But they also need to come and cheer them on. And they need that.
Well, unfortunately, they don't get points for those things.
So
another entertainment pandit been so to be a pan edia money a Miss Bell. Now, one for him son and say Miss Bell. And then a barbarian more trendy a pan ewa Ghana han winning so much rema. Se akase nyankopon anase nyame bia ni baby a one side could be a tiasi bia in kwanwa de konim bia obetumi akase so nipa no eye te se eye nyame anase whatever. Na nin se me o kan dia man for akasa bebre e dia fan ye pen am so an entertainment pandit a friend of say e Arnold asamwa bedu e dia to dwa say ade we ya Miss Bell wo kan ye why ye lucky an kasa say ye Ghana hanum na wo kan ye senka ye o man foforo bi so anampo no religion fofrobia na nka wanka sise mrenka wodan ya wodem ki etwaja e de atom kra nya ne enwa krampo ne se nsem bi se no Christopher nka ho asem it so bia ye din nobody is talking about anything nim se sa de we e koso sabio nyansem na shada e mfa lai nso moto wonom e na nema we nyina koso anode chirema mezwa why lucky pa ye pa say ya hanom e na wo kan ya nampo Christo sumu ho asem na wo ke na nso ka a different religion bia anka by now wo e no ba ne nyina ma ye condemn ankasa na wachi mo so eye insentrani Kofi Adoma wanwani atrendi ye pan esanso no ankasa ne ho kani aye friend no se eye miracles Adoma ye kase onyame di ne ho afofie ma ye kirema sisi aye no benkum hene e wo gomoa amanfo na wo hwe video ne ma ye kirema ye chi no e di frɛ ye nkran potem hanom ne de no kokopie mu e wo gomoa honom ene ye powder ne ye tubi gu no so na fa ne kosisen e ko wi na wanfo na na tese etro ye congratulations message to eye miracles Adoma obi e kirem so abon ho modi ye pa eno tin komo on GhanaWeb TV Kofi Adoma wani no yere miracles ne ya kan se mutrim kwa mujumedi mundi se na be betumi aso eye o man Ghana so eni American rapper aye friend se Mick Mill so edin semfo bi atodwa o chema mampeni Akufo-Addo de otono so na wa sorry because what a politician o chema no nipa beni odo o chema se ka politicians nyina ono mampeni na nado danko Akufo-Addo one of his favorite politicians ye pa ni nya ne sen o chema na sentim bi obepie mu e wo Ghana hanom se ne Akufo-Addo bie ne nsem ma no ma ne bitumi berere mu wona komem edi ni chi even Jubilee House kra na otumu se oyobi mampeni Akufo-Addo yobi na komem ye pa nto ndo chema mampeni Akufo-Addo any other politicians ye kan se favoritism party na chesa ono mikmele chema ya de mampeni Akufo-Addo odoni ye ankasa Me to find ya na me kwa kopie mu ewo oman Nigeria honom e na baba wa Hilda Basi ewo uti edin a wankasa me se watini pempin esanse na nse ne beto jasa baba we anu aduane e ma chese ni din kwa kopie mu ewo eye Guinness World Records book nimu bi Batisi ani ababeto dwane so kopie mu so wo man Japan na no mu chema ora bi aye friend say Alan Fisher ono ye chema wo Irish restaurant bi e wo honom ono si say we break aye records say chema papa or the 119 hours 7 minutes nkwa ne tumi e de no e de compared to aye Hilda Basi de na chese aye kama yie panti ye ka say de ababeto dwa say oba pa Hilda Basi enya de a anampo no ya ababeto no e de free aye na de so as aye world champion anampo kopie mu aye Guinness Book of Records na chese ono ni sisi ani din nimu se on air record de mom no Alan Fisher e na ababeji ni din e wo honom Enya na eye Guinness World Records for a day betu dwa on social media platform mu so sisi Alan Fisher I take you over from Hilda Basi na Hilda Basi dia betu no it will not work ochema wo mu se ne Alani ababe take you over but still cry in her spirit no she's still a record holder ye ankasa na wakasa na otwem so manfo enim se eye chef lata o then ono wini ye no otumi gitumu se ono eye Hilda Basi so wini to ko updating ne site ne find ne ko si se eno se aba ne so obi so abaji position no e dey free ni nsema the only thing she can do is to acknowledge the person not just congratulate na bibia so aye kama but as it stands there eye Hilda Basi e chirema still a record holder e wo wiase afade na ene na me sorry so na me ni eye mesaibu Nigeria si ni twani na sem na ewie amanfo enim se na wo twetwe me mebo mo amane se na chese ne busuanfo ekyire ma papa na yare ye pa emekwa wi na chese o ma ye surgeries ne nkeka ho o mu chemo ya 5 surgeries nyina nyame tumi boaye e ma ne ko through ba na wo twe mu nso areho sem ne no wie yen kan se yare ho na se bibi ne busuanfo asa ba beto de aba beto dwa se odo o mu ye surgeries bi but na wo se yetumi twa ne nan ba ko so e different se na be betumi aboa na ne ho atoni ye preko enti say ye kase ya ba betodwa se na chese ne san ibu ne nan ba ko eni ho no busuafo eno mo tro de beto social media mo chirim to mo da obi bia se Nigeria fo nyina se so mo de ba bonten no support na ba na so na they had to do this and be betumi aboa eye Mr. Ibu nti Ghana na ne eye nkomo on GhanaWeb TV ne ye kan ne say ye share say nyankopon betumi aboa Mr. Ibu na chese wetumi enya nkwatenten ene na Mr. Ibu ebenya nkwatenten na heya na nenso nkomo ho on GhanaWeb TV. Obekua mama ekua chei ene na chese he ya ene no so mede nkomo ho ebe ewiye. So nyame amba na wotwe dasene. Yebe sanso ehia na entertainment industry mu nsem nia wanti ase nia mentumi MBB mu ye ama we hu ase no. Mbeba na wotwe dasene ba mede nyina so eba abesomo. Bye.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Dear Products Nadia Makeup, I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. We pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Kwanyet you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Ensure the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makwala, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer in 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380
yes. Okay. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow.
Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes. Simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I don't recall one casa.
Of a goodness rich in milk and butter, in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
In the heart of Amaganya, along the Nkrankain Edukrom Road, lies a small obscure community near Nkrankain within the Yellow Krobo municipality of the Eastern region. Here, a 27-year-old man dedicates his time, money, resources and energy to breathe life into innovations aimed at tackling the complex challenges afflicting Ghana's farming and tourism sectors. Kweku Sylvester, a welder with 5 years of experience, has evolved from crafting various hand-operated machines such as rice shellers, maize shellers, cassava milling machines, gari processing machines, oil processing machines, and more. His ambitions have now taken a remarkable turn as he aspires to produce aircraft and vehicles capable of accessing farmlands and tourism destinations in the most rugged terrains. In pursuit of this vision, he has already developed prototypes of a helicopter and several pickup trucks, one of which he has named Buffalo. This concept emerges as a response to the challenges faced by farmers when attempting to reach their farmlands for various agricultural activities. While the final refinement of these prototypes remain ongoing, Kweku Sylvester has already invested approximately 50,000 Ghana cedis in the Buffalo, 6,000 in the other pickup and 10,000 Ghana cedis in the helicopter. He anticipates that the cost of these prototypes would escalate considerably as he progresses. Upon their completion, these prototypes are envisioned to serve as invaluable farm machinery, offering the means to traverse rugged farm terrains, while the helicopter would facilitate tasks such as insecticide and weedicide spraying and firefighting on farms.
The name is Kweku Sylvester. How old are you?
27 years.
Okay, he's 27 years. Tell us, what work do you do? What are you? Or who are you?
Welder.
All right, so he's a welder and an artisan at the same time. So tell us about what exactly do you do in the shop?
Your phone, your machines, type of machines,
Okay, so he manufactures all kinds of machines, both initiatives that he takes himself or other existing machines that clients ask him to work on. Now, tell us about this vehicle that we are seeing.
If you don't know the
he says that his main motivation for undertaking this project is to demonstrate to the world that he can do anything apart from just the petty machines that we see in the shop. For how long have you been an artisan?
For 5 years now.
All right. So it has been an artisan for the past 5 years. Tell us about your educational background. Just
Yes, school is from one. So you well okay. Then here drum kunimi ne lola mabwani.
From one as in JHS1. Well, according to me, he attended school only up to the JHS1 level, and that he himself he observed that he has some inner talents which he wants to explore. This vehicle, you say you manufactured it to show that you have other talents. What is the main purpose for manufacturing this event apart from the fact that you want to demonstrate your talents?
Okay. I it be like purpose can muhuli ke ina ya tourism no me ne ka hene lole kuno hene bi maya ino le maya ni mo bule fe.
So his main motivation is for the vehicle to be used for farm produce, farming activities, and tourism centers where the routes are rugged and other vehicles find difficult to go. So, how long did it take you to undertake this project?
7 months. 7 months.
All right. So you said it takes only 7 months. Would you say the car is complete as at now?
Pure for the drawing on it. It draw it being a temporary. It being a time.
According to him, he's still in the process of completing the work per the design that he put on paper. There are other parts of the vehicle that he still has to work on. What other parts are we looking at?
Dashboard complete. Yes, guide. Name a guide on the door. Seat belt, lining of bucket.
So he mentioned the lining of the buckets, the dashboard, a guide to guide the passenger and the driver at the door, and some other interior decorations. But this particular vehicle, what are some of its features as at now?
Pure negwe no le nenenga seat on me, engine on me, tires on me. Alright. And pure say pure nene pe titruji new line me inside or
yes. For now, he's completed the seats and the tires and other parts. Now, what challenges did you encounter or difficulties that you faced while doing this work?
Challenging the face or like woman bem minimum jinga peka yani mele se iyo le hiyo nene ngini ni kanga nyo chiyo iyo nene no na de ke bwa ni la ma ke bwa bito ke ja se mo ke ba stable family ke jo ke su bo ke wa ni bo as de ne mo chuni bo ni no ko ba no ka ga ni go.
Yeah, so he said people along the line try to discourage him from undertaking these projects, and at points in time he also ran out of financial strength and he had to wait until he gets money to finance the continuation of the project. How much would you say it cost you so far?
50,000.
Okay, so he said it's costing so far about 50,000 cedis to undertake the project. And the final design, or how much, by the time you finish the entire vehicle, how much would it have cost you?
Lola, very much on because he live in a spray, he live in a line of second electrical side on there.
All right. So he said he's unable to tell the entire amount the vehicle will cost him. So, did you undertake this alone? Well, he did it alone, but with the support of his shop assistants. What are your plans for this? Is it something you are just doing one off, or do you have plans of manufacturing more of this? I mean, what are your plans? So he says he's also intending on manufacturing more farm machinery for use by farmers. But I want to know, are you looking at embarking on large scale production for the thousands of farmers we have in this country? Yes. Yeah, so that's what he's saying, that he intends to manufacture this on a large scale. What are your plans in terms of generating funds for this large scale production? All right. So the purpose of manufacturing this is to showcase his talents to the whole world, that this is what he can do, and that support from the outside world will enable him to do more of this. By the time you finish with this manufacturing, are you going for Woodwood? Are you going to register it and start using this? What are you going to do? Well, so he's saying that he, after the works have been completed, will send this to the DBLA for further advice on his next line of action. There are a lot of car manufacturing companies around the world. Is any of them your role model in all of this? Do you look up to any of them?
So far, no contact on the like when he support low. No conning here. Image kick the finger paper. He draw me any design being a la. We draw my opinion.
Well, he said, though the number of these companies is not approaching any of them for either ideas or collaboration so far. So, what name are you giving to this vehicle?
Logo Buffalo logo. The Buffalo, you get the glory. Okay, because you represent Buffalo. The general from the Buffalo.
Well, so the name that it is given to the vehicle is Buffalo, which is his that's his logo. So the brand obviously is Buffalo. When you complete this particular one and anybody walked into your shop and request to buy it, are you going to sell it to the person?
Oh, it will because energy beginning. I don't know I can get support or like say okay, look about him.
Yeah, for this particular type, he's not ready to sell it for at any cost for now, because according to him, this is the innovation. What kind of engine does he use?
I use 207 5-cylinder.
Okay. So currently using the 207 Benz.
It's a Benz 207.
Yeah, Benz 207 engine for it. So tell us about your family life. All right. So he has a wife and one child. All right.
Twins.
Okay, a set of twins. Apart from this, what other machines do you manufacture?
Oh,
So you tell us the machine that you.
Machines in Nicola, here, no geo, no, Nepeka, talent, no, in pure.
Okay.
Say pure knowledge, no pure normally, cassava milling machine, garlic processing machine, oil processing machine, and espera machine, maize thresher, so type of machine.
All right. So according to you, it takes a lot of machines used by farmers, especially for milling their cassava and other produce. What appeal would you want to make to investors who may want to invest into your work?
And then in a day, if I'm just and then a bank on my bank, including government or individuals, and then a minor petaway, rapete on a epenonwa, on a phenomenon.
So it's appealing to the government and all stakeholders and investors to come on board and support him to produce this on a large scale to support the farmers. Tell us about these machines and all the other machines in your shop and what they are used for.
I don't know what I feel. We for commercial.
So this, according to me, is the fufu milling machine for commercial operators. Yes.
Rice.
Okay.
All
right. So this also used in the husking the
rice sheller.
Okay, rice sheller. All right. So we said this is the rice sheller for shelling the rice, right? Okay, and this.
These are cassava machines.
Okay, so these are cassava machines, cassava milling machine, right? Still under molding. They are still being molded. And this. Okay, so you just said this. All right, you said this for shelling maize, so that's the maize sheller. All right, so you can start it, so when we see how it works. Tell us about the prices of the machines. So this goes for 5,000 cedis. That's the maize shelling machine. All right, maize sheller. Okay. Well, the cassava go processor also goes for 5,000 when done. All right. And the rice sheller?
Finish is 7,000.
All right. The rice sheller, according to him, costs 7,000 cedis when completed. Okay. Yeah. So the full pony machine
is 2,600.
All right. He said that also goes for 2,600 cedis. All right. So kindly demonstrate to us how the maize sheller works. Yes.
So before you start, you on the key. So when you're on the key here, then you start it.
Do you have a lot of customers walking in and buy these items, these machines?
Yeah, I have customers.
Yeah, is the
customers used to buy it.
Would you say the sales are good? The sales, the people coming, the number of machines that you sell, would you say the sales are good? All right.
Notably, these vehicles are engineered and continuously developed by the innovator to be the next generation cross-country four-wheelers, endowed with the capability to traverse the most challenging terrains in farming and tourism communities. They are designed to meet the rigorous performance demands of these industries, combining high performance features, robust steel structures, dynamic handling, and accelerated mobility. The Buffalo prototype vehicle, currently powered by a Benz 207 engine, epitomizes this fusion of high performance, rugged reliability, and technical innovation.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Dear products Nadia Makeup, I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. We pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Kwanyet on, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Ensure the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makwala, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer in 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers. Simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Amnesty International condemns any forms of violence against any individual, regardless of gender, sex, sexual orientation, religion, disability. We condemn any form of violence, period.
This is a continuation of our topic on the general human rights issues we have in the country. And I still have with me here Genevieve Patterson, who is the new country director of Amnesty International, to help us discuss these issues. So, Madam, welcome again.
Thank you.
So, please, we were talking about whether prisoners have a right at all. We've talked about their condition.
Yes.
I mean, where they've been kept. It's not something to talk about. It's really not good enough. But, I mean, do they even have the right to demand for a good living condition?
Yes. So, yeah, prisoners unfortunately cannot talk for themselves because, you know, they've committed a crime. They are in the prison. So Amnesty International and other organizations, other CSOs speak for prisoner rights. Everyone has a right, and unfortunately, whether you've committed a crime or not, for example, when you commit a crime, you have a right to defend yourself.
Definitely.
You have a right to defend yourself, and you have a right to be innocent until proven guilty. So once you go into prison, it doesn't mean your rights stop when you enter prison. You're a human being. I think that's the basics of amnesty. Once you're a human being, you have the right to dignity. Even as a prisoner, even dead people have rights. You know that. Like, you can't rape a corpse. Yes, so how much more a prisoner? I know they've committed offenses. Some have killed people. And now let's look at that, because not everybody is in prison for murder. Some are in for fraud. Maybe they stole. Somebody stole something. So embezzlement of funds. Somebody did theft. Maybe they stole a car, but without killing anyone, or you know. So we have to look at all those things. And sometimes these people do it out of desperation. I always keep talking about our system and our society. A lot of these people in jail come from poor backgrounds. This is the truth. And most of these people, I mean, you and I, maybe we're okay, we have jobs. Some of these people that go and rob, steal, they don't have jobs. It's not justifying the situation. I mean, nobody's justified to do that because it's a crime. However, think about it. Maybe if I was, maybe if I didn't have money and I needed to eat,
the same thing.
Maybe you don't know. You don't know. So I've learned personally not to judge others, because I was not in their shoes.
Okay.
Some of them too went through some trauma, childhood trauma, and then it has had an effect on them, and they are also projecting it on somebody else. Some of them were abused when they were young, so they are also abusing other people. So some of these people need psychological attention, they need treatment, you know, things like that. So everyone has a right to dignity, a right to a fair process within the judicial system. And your rights don't end there. Even when you go to the States and other countries, prisoners are allowed to go to school.
Okay.
You go to school, you can get a degree, you know. So the same way,
But Ghana
prisoners
is different.
No, actually, some of the prisoners go to school, but it's within the prison system.
Yes.
Yes. But it's not as elaborate as outside, where some of them get degrees and masters. We are not there yet. We are not there yet. So what I know right now that they do is they do a lot of skills development, farming, sewing, tailoring, those kind of things, yes.
But do you think it's also a human rights issue whereby the murderer, a convicted murderer, and the petty thief,
yes,
are all put in one prison? Do you think
they are not? Currently, they are not put in one prison. Those convicted of murder are in condemned cells. Yeah. And then those that committed other offenses are in the main prison population. But still, even that, I know what you're talking about, because even still that, there's no classification of the other. Exactly. Everybody is together. Exactly. And that is where we feel the non-custodial sentencing needs to happen. So that those that commit petty crimes can now have, you know, community service for a couple of months or years and then be let off.
Being the new country director, can you shed light on some of the activities you plan to embark on? Sure. Looking at the things that I look at, when you go to your website, I see a number of things you want to do. So can you shed light on it?
So Amnesty International Ghana, we do a lot of things. In terms of freedom of expression, we want to look at protests. You know, protests in Ghana has always been happening. And we want to look at the history of protests. We'll be releasing a documentary hopefully next year. And we want to look at protests and the impact of protests and how that helps Ghana's democracy. Protest is actually very healthy. And the process, if you want to have a protest in Ghana, what is the process of doing a protest and the consequences, and then what is the role of the security services like the police within protests in Ghana? As for having a right to protest, we have the right to protest.
We do, and it's enshrined in the Constitution.
Yes, it is. So we really want to look at that. So we are going to be training protest observers, because we have heard and we are aware that there's going to be a number of protests coming up because of our economic situation. People are unhappy in the country. So we're going to have a training for protest observers, and they will be observing protests and documenting protests to make sure that human rights aren't abused during protests, like what happened last time where 49 persons were taken away.
Just like that.
So, and they were not holding any lethal weapons or anything. So we're going to look at that. We're also still looking at gender equality and non-discrimination. Under that specifically, we're looking at sexual and gender-based violence. And believe it or not, we're also going to look at menstrual hygiene. Did you know that menstrual hygiene is a form of discrimination? Let me tell you why. Because if there's a little girl in a school somewhere that cannot afford sanitary pads, you have no idea how that impacts her life. She can't afford sanitary pads. She can't go to school when she's bleeding. She can't go to school. What does that mean? She's not getting her education. So what does she do? She falls into other sort of, you know, bad company. And she gets pregnant. So it's a vicious cycle that happens, and it is a form of gender-based violence. having lack of sanitary pads. So we are going to look specifically at the import tax on pads in Ghana.
I was just about to ask a question on that.
we have actually, thanks, it's Honorable Sosu that is forming a coalition, and we are going to really have a serious dialogue whether we are taking off the tax completely or reducing it, and what else we are doing. Even currently, reusable pads, you know, FDA and Ghana Standards Authority, they don't want to approve reusable pads.
Yes.
They've stated the reasons why, but we have to look deeper into the thing. Sanitary pads are not affordable. You know how much a pack of sanitary pads is? Like 20 cedis.
It is.
20 cedis. How many people can afford that? You don't even need one. You need 2 or 3 packs every month.
On your flow.
So, in fact, it is an abuse on women's human rights. You can't say, I'm basically paying to bleed.
To bleed, yes.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow.
Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
I am paying to bleed. So this is something that we're going to look at very cautiously, and we're going to really appeal to government to do something about the tax, and we're also going to look at how we can help young women make their own pads, sanitary pads, or find cheaper means of, you know, doing sanitary pads. There are all sorts of products. There are menstrual cups and all sorts of things. So we'll be promoting those kind of things, yes. And then, of course, we'll continue on death penalty, because, you know, although we've passed the bill, there's a lot of work to be done, public education. People need to understand why we've passed this bill and why it's important we keep it like that. We're not done. The president, we are appealing to the president to commute the current persons on death row, their death sentences, to life imprisonment. That is also something the president has to look at.
If the bill has been passed, why would they go ahead to, I mean...
it's not retrospective.
Anyway.
Yes. So now, if someone is to commit a murder now, they'll get life imprisonment. But those who are already in jail, unfortunately, they don't benefit from that. So that's one thing we'll be working on. We'll also be looking at pushing Ghana to sign the second optional protocol on civil and political rights. So that specific protocol will allow Ghana to not go back and say, oh, we are bringing back death sentence. Once we sign that protocol, there's no way we can go back. And that means that little portion on treason in the Constitution is null and void once we sign that optional protocol. So that's something we're working on as well. And then, of course, we'll be working on our prison conditions. Prison conditions is something that Amnesty has been working on for a long time. So we'll be doing that, and working also on other marginalized groups. We'll be doing a lot of advocacy on that as well.
Okay. And lastly, I'll just go to this because it's on your website regarding the sexual and reproductive human rights. Okay, so Amnesty, I'm just reading out what it says. Amnesty is calling for governments to stop using criminal law to control people's sexuality and reproduction.
Yes.
People should be empowered to make their own decisions about their bodies, and they live their lives without interference from others. Government should make sure that sexual and reproductive health services, education, and information are available and easy to access.
Yes.
Countries should prohibit all forms of discrimination and violence. In a country like Ghana, where same-sex marriage is forbidden, how would Amnesty International defend the rights of these individuals? Because this is a very serious issue, especially where they are trying to pass the bill. And so because of my sexual rights, my preference, I will be
jailed, yes.
For that.
So Amnesty International condemns any forms of violence against any individual, regardless of gender, sex, sexual orientation, religion, disability. We condemn any form of violence, period. And that includes violence towards our bodies. It's my body, my right. So when we talk about marginalized groups, we don't just talk about LGBT, we talk about women, we talk about children, we talk about persons with disability. So all those form part of marginalized groups. And the bill is currently in Parliament, and they are going to do another reading.
We are told
so
it's 80%. They are 80% true.
Yes, that is true. That is true. We are doing our best to advocate against the bill. We are against it. That one is not. Amnesty International is against the current state of the bill. It abuses several human rights. It even goes against our constitution, because our constitution protects the rights of all persons, and this bill is not really doing that. You talk about same-sex marriage. Our current marriage law is stated clear that it's between man and woman. So sometimes when you have a bill coming up and there are quite a lot of repetitive things in the bill. So you ask yourself why. Attorney General's Office, SRAJ, many institutions have come out with memos, because the bill goes round and then they ask, what is your opinion? So everyone has, Amnesty International has also submitted their views on the bill as memo. We've submitted a memo. SRAJ has submitted something. Attorney General's Office has also submitted. And everyone has shown that it definitely abuses human rights and it goes against our constitution. So for that mere fact, the bill should not be passed. However, it's in Parliament. Let's see how it goes. And then based on that, we'll also...
But once, if it's passed,
yes,
then I'm interested in what Amnesty International would do for such persons who find themselves in...
Yeah, so it's a discussion that we're currently having. We'll definitely need to re-strategize, because guess what? The bill also implicates persons who... persons who are advocating for them. So we will have to see how best we can support them and how best we can advocate for their rights as well. Mind you, there are very specific things in the bill. It's, academics are implicated. You can't do any research. And I think people are not understanding the huge impact of this bill, because these same people, it's going to hinder their access to health services. Now, if you are, homosexual and maybe you walk a certain way, or maybe you're not. Let me just say, yes, what if I'm not homosexual, but I am a guy and I walk like a lady, or I have extra hips or something by hereditary or something? Am I going to be called gay or homosexual? Are people going to point me out? And is there going to be some form of mob action, like lynching and things? Because I feel like the bill currently in its form, it's promoting hate crime. Because people will point you out. The bill does not define who is a homosexual. So it could be anybody, really. Like, it says when caught in the act. What act? Is it just a sexual act? So what if someone says they saw you having the sexual act? Where is the evidence?
Everyone will just attack.
Yes. So you see, I think we have to really think about the implications. These people normally have access to healthcare facilities. Now they'll even be afraid to come out. And if they are afraid to come out, how are they going to access healthcare? Something that Ghana is working on already, and we're trying to reduce, have better access to healthcare. Now this is going to be a huge issue. So I think we really have to sit down, take our time. Why are we in a rush to pass this bill? Let's have more discussions. And again, I always say, it's okay to have varying opinions. It's good. It's healthy to have varying opinions. But at the end of the day, how does your opinion impact another individual? And is it abusing the rights of another individual? I think people have to understand that. If you don't subscribe to homosexuality, that's okay. Nobody is telling you to subscribe to it. But at least at the end of the day, you need to respect somebody's rights to whatever is happening in their bedroom, so far as they are not hurting anybody.
So thank you so much, Genevieve, for coming to educate us on some of these general human rights abuses Ghana has been experiencing and what Amnesty International wants to do to help us reduce some of these abuses. We are hoping that you will take it out, but it will take a while, just like you indicated. So thank you so much.
Thank you too.
And thank you for watching. This has been Legal Agenda and your regular host, Matilda Boatinati.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Idea Products Nadia Makeup. I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. We pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards. Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Quanyeton. You name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Ensure the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses? Talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors.
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow.
Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Have a goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
On Everyday People today, I am speaking to one gentleman called Richard, and he tells us more about what he does. He's actually a phone repairer. Let's just get to know what he has for us on this episode of Everyday People. My name is Victoria Chebafo. See, we are now fitun kolabima na saying.
Oh, for beginning, damn person me a moving actor. Ti di mitwa movie ni bia fine. Ba producers na e Ghana na e fa na nka no kre. Odu twa wi a wo se ko meflew. Wo be ba no, bon flew bi ba ohia wo de a no wa frew. Ba se bi obesa flow se bi a usika na e ka mu no je wa de de. Ti na mpapa kra bu afu. O se de bia me nkwam kotwa movie a me fasika mafi. Enti no adwuma no so asan be ye ba sa anti no. Asa mi mayi mani bo mo frɛ me ba me nko
Even now
cry e bi frɛ me se memra ne yenye adwuma ba ɔno pɛ wo ba wo kwa empty esi nso de sa de no ye twam menti
ti ye hwɛ wa hyɛ wo kwala brain suku wo ko du ne fa na sika wo fie sika ni fie na wo fɔ no so wo sam te sai
nye easy if ye de ebi ni fie na school semune nso me koya do form 1 na me nana ye de me to na ehwe me nyi ya na me si so de mantena me fada ne me maame nchen na me ria me di be ye 10 years or 9 years na me go so ria of na me ria wo forma eye obi a 70 mpon sole nante etime nana no antiske na me maame ebeto me twene ne so one me fada tinom de omo won kran ha timetime aka se me nana ba no na hwe me pa o no hwe mu school edwale ye no o kire me ebedu e na mini ho nti dwale sei ye ni sei ebedu baby ono an na kire me ani eden kwa mefa so amenante iti once a while bi omo wodem mo ani ba omo so na me nante afia edem ho abonten to ono kire me sani ya medwale ne we me kwa mefa so na me simi niema ni nyina ono an na kire me nti school sem no be ko ya du pieces ana mbe ko form 1 that times na me na yale ti a trezam sewie ani ebe makwa no muden kraba semina na ewu tu owu ye na ye kwa yie ba ye be ye bibia wie ye senka me koto aso no ene ko ba se ye nto school atale ye foforo na form 1 hons na ye ko na afi na o masi ye school da na wie enti no obi anto na konwa ena books me papa enya se sika na ama me ena me nana be ma no so te ase wan fi mi eti na ase school me di school atadada no ana eko me konso amenya buku ntwuro ebi won so amede kom yo fiti anopa to anumere na me nidi ebi wa maami bi onu so afi ye frɛ ni makarama ona ni kun didi na ebi ka na makwaji ne madi ti me hwɛ de wa de na ye wo ho na anu odin because asem maami mfi me etian kama nkwanta na chese asem hu ni se obi amfi mi bi sika mma ni hu de menye ekom so de me come na na be man wa me na na be man no oton waduru om frɛ no wɔkyeman no oton oye pharmacy me ko ho so ni sika de mami edi me sorry me sister bisika ya frɛ na fiampofo a the boy ede soma me se me fan command na 15 cd ti bi jiska na mate se baabi de Accra a wo ba eye den ya obitimi asurvive ntino bi jiska no ma mfa nko ma me sister no na me fa ka anajo be ye 8 timbedu snase na abo 10 na minya Accra ka ti Accra oba wo be si mi wo achimota na afi no mo ye kwan no ti na ye mfuturu fuka mbeda abonten mi hufi me da abonten sensu oto a na hwe me ti me da abonten wa achimota wo sa adechin na minika me hye no ne ya chemu mienu oh me da abonten wo ho be 3 months ti me da ho na me ko achimota old station on first na ho no mu nyina lodu wo ho me ko old station wo san se Accra me se ade Accra ko na me ba no wan fama me du ana enti ade a me ye ni se o mu pa ya Accra no mu kwa na mi nantidi ka na chi mi trezi ti ka ne be san me ho Accra na mi trezi kwan no ti mi trezi ya de mi be si Independence Square ha timbedu am say ha na GTV for kan news na ya na da o machi na sa ha yen kran timya am say na me chi abom say na apo no wen an na me hwehwe fesu no say wa apo no da kira ha ya timi ko na ya say apo na am so ma ba Accra me wa Accra ti data am no so me beda center ade chi ni ya wia me mpaboa me so wu wia me mpaboa wa wia me nan mintimi nante unya fa me mpaboa wa kunu me nante nko ba bia ahya na metna ade chi me mpaboa idam si ye mawu timi nante ya ba mbeto madam fu bi frɛ ni yima data no ye shumika o ye shusha
so ye shumika de man
o fa me sani nua o me mpaboa no no kosesa no koto paboa ne me be ye pe sisa matale ma mi ko dwale ye to blush se mi nkotwi me sen to fa me se mi nua na me ni ye adwuma wo ahya o shumeka ndi ye chei
tina odan
na me da bontin wo station anti uko station akam 2 station on ma omu nyina ni edi om de frame ayi pozu omu nyina ni mi station ha de owie ni mi pozu
so okay how many years are we free we on me bank ha
oh me ba ha de sesi metimi aka se me number 19 years
19 years no apart from the shoemaker any phone repair no penny eduma wa ya
enu na mbenya akwanya na me active film do introduce me the co movie ye friend Daf or the make on Yankonton film production timini eja ko mu ne lewen mu akorobatu mu nyina atwitwa bi.
So at what point now we decided to have the phone na na be
onu yima na na kire madwuma no o kire madwuma bi no nya akonya no watu kwan
to ni Ghana
oni ha ni watu kwan tutu kwan na de akoye ne se ese no me ntimi nka me kwatena kwan ho asirisiri skandi mba me tirimu poda me ba na me da bonten kura na me ho kire inshallah man tres kwa ho asirisiri kada man fan shim timi sinya sa na nyame ye me nyame wodi me be ye
so say when they have ma
do de ma me de ye friend eja bedu ɔno nso tɔn covers wɔ anim ha ya nanka EMF ne mpɛ sɛ ɔmbɛpene so bɔ ɔmo baa no ɔne ɔmo de asi ani tekiti nyinaa ɔmo betwa na mini saa 2 CD na ɔpɛ so ɔne me ko ɛna no agya badu na ne ɔmo de si ani sɛ ade ntomu hu nipa mɔbɔ aha na me nso metim nipa na nkɔtena kwan ho ansirisiri sika aha no ɔno nso yɛ bibi nkakranka sɛ bibi bɛkɔ na no ɔde bi ahwɛ ne ba no
phone no sha sese enya be how many years
oh phone de metumi akasa akyɛ ɛno a me de hwɛ me ho
in a day utumi nya phone sa na wa repair
oh sometimes I rehu buwa zero kula
nti eba ni sana yɛ den
de ayɛ na me de kom
odo e kom beda
ben shiranka madam won se wiase de ɛwɔ hɔ na sɛ wuti wanim ɛma nipa na sɛ uyi uyem ya de mu obi a me obi a me nka ntumi ho me wo bi anka mpɛsɛ me boa nkɔfoɔ pa me ya yemu yɛ madam fu bi yɛ frɛ ne kɔ nyame nhira no ɔno na sɛ me ho kyere me a pa na me tu me nne nto bi a me mfrɛ me fada me mfrɛ obi a na ma frɛ kɔ ɛkɔ chali obi a me dade e station a wo hu kra nya akɔno
ntu ni dan a wo dem that station na wana kuna na ni yesu de kana no ni dan ana
ono so no da bonten ha hozela man no da bonten
in the past 19 years now back abonten na wada sa
abonten sa
ti say ni fan fe so pa wo ye den
me da kiosk bi mu wɔ ha na me ka sɛ wudu kra de wa anim na ayɛ no yem bɛ hyehyew aka kra na abu
sisi a obi ba na sɛ o se o akonya bi wa nka ifa na obepese obenya akonya no de
de mpese oboafo bi ba so obeboa me a ka me pese me ye container pese me ye shop because you see say me jaha no se me koto ade a nipa na antena se antwen me a me ba na asem aba na o ma be sisa phone so me wa because of that ni phone me in charge and the phone repair ni nko a say one base ti say phone repair ni bia ma na say wo kwa empty ba say bia nka ma ye shop no e na nka me charge phone so na dia e bia nka phone repair na ma e den wo ba bi charge ni phone so aha na nka ni okufia wanya bia to bia na ba bia me dan so nye enu hunti me mma kura betna me nchen na me mma betna me nchen afi mu a no kwala 3
na o ma me
Omo man baby a me dane ablabo no se ne emu odin nti no won say service sorry to say ma ni bi pede ede so nti no omko ti ema bi a me tinye nti na ma 26 December ya ka bo me ba ma em wa film 26 December ya highway si so a Ghana police went me anya de papa bi anje adibia wo nipa no honko amfa ama no yekosi akwala ne wie ye omo se foolish geese enye nipa na ode ka ne bo akwala ne fort lemu ya akwala ketwa na ka ne bo ne fort
no how many years
6 years entin kaminya baby papa te dia ka nusumani beje sen ve ya me man be me.
That was the story of Mr. Richard. If you have any help that you think you can give out to him, please reach out to GhanaWeb, or you can send anything that you have to editor@ghanaweb.com. This is Everyday People on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Victoria Cheibafo. See you some other time.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Dear products na dear makeup. I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. you can call us the Beauty Embassy. Who pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Kwanyet on, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Bramientra the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses? Talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors.
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow.
Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes. Simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
I don't make one kasa. Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
On today's episode of Everyday People, I have with me Madam Dora. She is a maize seller and has been selling maize for over 10 years. Let's listen to her story. Auntie Dora, good afternoon. Now, I want to say, maize nana.
Enwana me.
How many years?
Ache.
Now, in the business to say.
Business, yehushi impo. Yehushi. First, na nka mi kofa. Metime ton adie. Metime kofa no ma 5 no. Bottle back bene. Ma kofa 78. Eno krensa. Enti shabra nyama no emuyadi.
Pacho now started.
Also, me started
business, like.
Oh, time I start here, ne business ni here. By Siciano and co. See, as first met me, I got 2 million, 3 million meton. By Siciano, me farmer for 70, 80, and so.
Man, Pacho, what pushed you into maize business? No, our yen over 10 years.
Yeah, bravo. And happy machine. Niente manko school ankwini mitena nkrofo nche be chen mi hwa emboa mi e wo se mi amenye mejuma entina mede mi ho hye ade no e brutonium and I'm starting up to now and one me
kasinti abrabono and na otena nkrofo chen. So how was it like?
Na de nipa chetna no en wo se obi be wo de ne ba be kwa komo obi se onti ne no akola ne ntina ne edi adwuma en wo se oba ne nye krobeye se a owo oba tan ne ho a wo be hwa akola no odi ne ma obi a onhwe ne sam odi ne be ye adwuma ehu hia ebi mu odi uko efum e de hwe ne ba odi uye adwuma e de hwe ne ma ba wa uti ne nchan omwa ebi na mimi fem otimi ka kire mse o next time ubeko school next year ubeko odi ni sana medinyi wo ne nche e na medi fi ne nche e na misi ba mami ho no na nyaman mimi hwa nyaman munye ya doso and I was say me finding me out and I'm starting a bridge man and we see I'm the two
I shall also more doors now yes saying
8
oh yeah also number
na mama yankasa obaba akodida and me papa side me na me face. Nti wo se me na me bande no ni ni nche me am ye first ma me nuanum na wo se me so me nkobo me bra e na me de fi kobo me bra
ti free ho na be share maize na se na me pa cho your friend is saying na osintie ukotena obi nchen nti na wawofo no den na ma wo oma wo like omde wo koma obi
na ne ncha meti no ya mesoa nti me papa sha ne mane society me nko kontina ne chena me nko school ni wo ho ba ono wan huni sa e no ma me odi ubeko ni sayeti me ko efoma ye fefoma ni akọ market akoton ade benu nyina echi no wan hu se me yobi a o se me nko school me tini ncha na mka chen se o se me nko me ma me ho eno kra no no mpese meko enti nyama wo so ankon fanja me kwan no wan fanja me kwan eno ma me ba me mo
treatments now will go through no uko inform your parents say na ante ye me say na ante ye me and what did they do about it
kan chiro mo tese mi hu se mi ka chiro mo mbe ka se mi yakola boni enti mi mbo mo amani
ena what no monje
mi swa ba mi kaya mi nya 10 years woni ho asana mi fininche
u fininche na my friend say when me like when you are 18
na manya 18 eko asan
no do fame ne nyama
me catch a man for say nyama mi ma fame no me pese o madam fubi ebe fame na akole bi be fame nti me ya me hu nkole bi no mu fasa nyama ma ha me nti atam so mitimi kase o mi wo scan ka meboa ba mi ni bi nti me hu nkola akra no mu nam se omu hu ye fikra na metete na meraho na mete na mesu
anka onde me fa like a treatment ni bia ebia na ayaka dena no de ye no at least oni men share some
ayaka de odi fam de bebrio baby ebi mu ye sole anopa ye ndidi wo fie ye mi particular say me ani braba ba mi ndidi na me de me efunkom ekwafu me hwefo ni mba na ma be sian ko market akoton ade meton ade bia anopa duane a medi no medi ni ti say 2 3 ansa be ma me aduane di na ye pompa so e wo say menko min be ye aduane wo fie nkola ne ye bibi na enya me kura obe bu mi se me na me ya ade no fa sane amanyine
otina ne nchen na onya 18 plus na okoye nti ukoye na oba ha se nti
me fi ne nchen na me ba ma me mo ho ewa onkra
nti weni na esi wenfa
kofobia
nti uba nti waware I want to know waware nkola sen now
me nkola 5
you've gone through life nti pacho you've gone through life na ni bi ne de
na me ni be ma no ya bre enti na me kasa se ya fa nya me bebre mu ya se me pese sa nya ma binum si a me fi se ebeti no ankobanisa enti ma yeko obrem ka ebrem ebre up to now me no kasa yegusu ebre
ebi ne den na bisemi
obre na ebi nim se be pia bi sisi akra be bi edi ebeti beto no ye gis nyame adom na obi aboai edi ni baby di amai ayese ebusia akra no ase ebusia ni kra no mum payas se bibi asem asies ni ka mo fi enya se be ma no on fi baby o fi baby nas
ma o feel say bia moy omo boni ana say e bia na okuna yo omo bibi ana say what do you think is the reason
ni ntia esinisa ba nyina mu no de aseda ma nyame se nyame ama yehu san ena ma pe musu embui
sisi a so pese obo a o e bia ahoche bia obedane ni amaniama na where do you want the person to
oh no de ba boa me bia
so with the hardship no does it include your mobedi any
no de nyame adum ti me ko ba papa di so ko ba nti yetime e manage ho
pacho papa no ye juma
pacho ye cleaner
pacho si ofri ebusia kese mu like ebusia titru pa nkofo mu ofri ebusia ankase ene ye bre we dan ho ye ti baby a omusi ye ntu na ye wo UPS eno mbebupu ye nyama nyina ombu ye nyama no e ma nyama mu ye di mai enti baby edi ye ti beto na ye di man e ma nya na menyima akola wenyise menyima akola anyinsa nti omu pupu ade na fide na ye di mai e chiro no enokobo omu papa penyamani okobo omu amani no omu se edan wo fie ba yesi edan ni fie
Any or the copper baby or Moijum, any doubt. Baby, I done so no, near a obedient, Nipani Saba say, I was saying to any 2 year. A 2 year no, I was say a dinamani becoin, or say a fanco, young force and fanco, no, your uncle, and I'm saying me, won't come me in Colani Beco. And I'm for so didn't call your coy, for so didn't call any coy. A children, and obi boys or anya baby o dodowa edi amai and I say enti dodowa na me free edi ba.
How do you manage, because transportation from home to Hase?
Yeah, manage yo.
Bama, was it like this? Mo worry, you know. Na tisana se nanse na bibia sisa ye.
We are na bibia. Yes.
Na efie ne mo ankasa mo de.
Na baby ye na ye ankasa ye di. Baby ye na ye ankasa ye we ya bobo. E ho no bi na di asase ne mai na ye bobo kiosk so any team.
Okay, so it was a kiosk. Nti eno na mwatine mo afiti owo nkola ni na. Wow. Then it means abrabono a share say ache, like most of them feel hardship nache. With them me sorry. Say mama we soon. And then our person will catch you bibi or person.
Oh. Ni obibi abe develop ameno many so. Minisha make up a new beer develop ameno many beso.
Adiwe ne hu hia me.
You say asasu many beji.
Tisi awo ha oni e bibi a ode one wo ma muti beda. Ntisi apacho mo wen.
Ye wo dodowa.
Kiosk.
There be obi aya baby di amaye. And o si yenti e wona nipa na asase so. O si yenti.
This is the story of Auntie Doreen, and she's appealing to everyone to help her with a place to lay his head, because it hasn't been easy for her. So if you would want to reach out to her, you can reach out to us through editor@GhanaWeb.com. Auntie Doreen, thank you for speaking with us.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Idea Products Nadia Makeup. I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. Who pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Quaniton, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. The proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer in 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana
Yes.
cedis.
But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide
and vary it or whatever. It is for us to do that. Thank you very much.
Exactly, Majority Leader. Your position last year and this year remains the same. And you made that clear to me, to the technical committee, and all those who discussed this issue with you. But the categorical statement that was made by your deputy was that the business committee decided. And that is why I raised that issue. The business committee doesn't take the decision. The business committee will make proposals, and the decision is taken by the House. Based on that, I now decide that I'll put the question so that the House will take the decision. Because that one is pending. There was a debate on it, the decision was not taken, and that is still pending because at that time, the technical committee's report hadn't been submitted. It wasn't there to guide the decision. Now it's available. So I'll put the question. We either hold it here and the disadvantages of holding it here have been made clear. First Deputy Speaker.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on Friday I decided the report presented by the Deputy Majority Leader included the location of the full budget workshop. Indeed, the Honourable Member for Buem, in commenting, in making us, why don't we do it here since we don't have money? Mr. Speaker, there was no debate. There was no debate on the location or where we choose to do the post-budget workshop. Mr. Speaker, after that, this House adopted the report. If we are going to change it, then it's a revision. Otherwise, any other decision, the program of the business for this week would also come into question because there was one question on the whole report. So I can't see how we could have taken a decision on the others, but not on the location. As to whether we want to review it or not, it's another matter. But Mr. Speaker, no debate arose and the House adopted the business committee's report. That's what happened. And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
First Deputy Speaker, I'm sure you were not around when I started. I referred to statements and video clips I listened to personally. Because after that, this became a subject for debate by the public. And I heard and I saw the video clip of the Deputy Majority Leader saying the Business Committee decided that the venue be Rock City. As to whether there was a debate or not, because I wasn't here, now you refer to it as comments that the Honourable Member for BM made. But that led to a response from the Deputy Majority Leader, where he admonished members about the implications of such statements. This ignited a debate, a public debate on this matter, and it was not favorable to the House at all. If the report really contained a statement captured in the report that the business committee decided that the venue be Rock City, and then the House adopted it, then that is the decision of the House. The issue that is being raised is that there was no such discussion at the business committee meeting. And so I don't have a copy of the business committee report. That was not even made available to Speaker. I don't have a copy of it. Because I tried cross-checking. Is there a statement in the business committee report that the committee decided that the venue be Rock City? If that is so, and the House adopted it, then that is the decision of the House. And the only thing you can do is to talk about a revision. I agree with you. Please. Yes, let me listen to you. I'll come to you.
Mr. Speaker, I listened to the respected First Deputy Speaker. The difficulty, though, is that, Mr. Speaker, when people attend meetings and minutes are taken, the minutes ought to reflect what was discussed at the meeting. As said by the minority leader, the issue of the venue of the workshop was never discussed. So when we see the statement, the draft statement that came to the floor, and item number 5B says post-budget workshops, it's a foreign inclusion on what actually took place at the meeting, Mr. Speaker. It shouldn't even have been discussed because it was not part of the discussions at the meeting. So we were surprised that it found its way onto what came to the floor. So as far as we are concerned, it wasn't there was no need for a decision to be made because, Mr. Speaker, as you rightly said, that decision is normally a decision of the Speaker. In the sense that when he gets the report, then that report is conveyed to the House. But at the time we were having the meeting, the report was not available, so we wouldn't have been able to make it. So, Mr. Speaker, I am very surprised. When I read item 5B, second paragraph, the workshop is expected to be held from Friday 17th to the 19th. So who made a decision that it is expected to be taken at that place? Mr. Speaker, I think we shouldn't drag this matter. This was never discussed at the business committee meeting. The House is now finished with a decision to hold the workshop at Volta Serene, as we are told. The report I have seen here says that if it comes to the number of facilities capable of hosting Parliament and the supporting staff, without any prejudice, it says that Volta Serene is more competitive. At least with the figures in here, it shows that Volta Serene is more competitive. Anybody making decision on the use of public funds would have made an obvious choice that this is of a better value for money going to Volta Serene. But you are already in the process of putting the question whether we should go to Volta Serene or hold the workshop here. That one is a decision the House can make. So I want to plead with the First Deputy Speaker that his attempt to stop you from saying we cannot take a decision because it will amount to a revisionist activity, I respectively disagree with him. It will not be, because we have been misled to take a decision we shouldn't have taken at the time the decision was taken on Friday. Mr. Speaker, if I take the case of this thing, PDS was cancelled because the energy minister then told us that the PDS submitted fraudulent documents. That is why they cancelled the PDS. So after the time you sign the contract, if you provided false information, that contract can be deemed to be null and void, Mr. Speaker. So we were given a wrong information, and we made a decision based on a wrong information. We have every right to revisit and take a proper decision as we are trying to do, Mr. Speaker. Those are the few things I want to say.
Honorable Member, the first Deputy Speaker did not err when he said the matter is a revision. He did not. Because even if what you said is true, that it was in the report, and the presenter of the report stated that that was the decision of the members of the business committee, and the members of the business committee were from both sides of the house. The members were present. Did they raise the issue you are raising, that this matter was not discussed and we did not take any such decision? If they didn't do that and the report was adopted as a whole, it means the decision was taken by the house. And the only thing we can do is then to come by motion to review that decision. And I think that is the position that the third Deputy Speaker took, and that is the right position. That is it. And so I decided, so I put the question for you to revise or to restate your position on the matter. That's why I said I'll put the question. I didn't want to impose my decision on the House. And this, please, it is not partisan football. No, we are going to delve into a very important document, the budget, national budget of the country. And you know the situation we are in now. So it's of serious importance to this country. Please, let me listen to, before I come to you, Majority Leader, let me listen to your able soldier.
Mr. Speaker, once the leader is up, I'll yield to him.
You yield to him. Okay, leader, please. He is yielding to you.
Mr. Speaker, as I indicated at the very outset, I said that the decision of the House certainly may be predicated on the draft report from the Business Committee. But the decision in approving of the program is made in plenary. So it can no longer rest with the committee. That's the first. So a decision has been taken. So when the Speaker was pleading that he was going to put the question as to where to hold it, I thought it was a bit incongruous. Because if a decision has been taken, then we need to rescind that decision. To put a question when a decision has been taken would amount to taking two decisions if the first one has not been rescinded. So I thought as a matter of procedure we needed to deal with it. Mr. Speaker, I'm not too sure that the House, as I listened to my colleague, the chief whip for the minority, was misled. Mr. Speaker, I believe the minority leader just received this report. Just as this report was said to me just a few moments ago. So none of us had this report. We depended on our technical people, the table officers, to advise us, which advice, I guess, fed into the report, which was read by my deputy in my absence. But having said so, in view of the fact that, Mr. Speaker, you are saying that it's generated a lot of heat, my advice, and I guess I will have the buy-in of the minority leader, is to entreat members that we hold the post-budget workshop here. If it's about cost, we plead with members to avail themselves. So we hold it here and not go anywhere, not travel anywhere again. I will entreat my colleague to join ranks with me and we'll move on. Thank you.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, first, the Honorable MP for Buem, the Honorable Kofi Adam, has indicated publicly that there is a need for Ghana's Parliament to consider holding the post-budget workshop here. Mr. Speaker, he said this in good faith, considering the mood of the country, considering the state of our economy. So Speaker, it is only right that as members of Parliament we attempt to save the public purse. So Speaker, I support the call from the honourable member from Buem, the Honourable Kofi Adam, that the post-budget workshop should be held here. So Speaker, this is particularly important. So Speaker, this is particularly important because, so Speaker, clearly, we have to save the country from further expenditure. So Speaker, I'm urging colleagues that in as much as we are holding the post-budget workshop here, members must also ensure that they attend. They must attend, and we should all participate fully. So Speaker, oftentimes when you hold workshops here, members do not participate properly. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleading with colleagues that we should all endeavor to participate and concentrate throughout the post-budget workshop while we hold it here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, we have to end this matter. And I believe that democracy has finally decided, and the people have prevailed on their representatives to decide that this year's post-budget workshop be held here in Parliament. Honourable members, it is so decided. But reporting will definitely be Saturday early in the morning, and we'll use the floor of the House as the main conference room. But the other conference rooms will serve for side workshops, and the model has changed. We are now not going to listen to lectures from experts. It will not be lectures. It will be training of trainers. You yourselves will now be trained on how to analyze budgets from sector to sector, going through the estimates yourself, drawing your attention to various alternatives, which will engender healthy debates on the floor. And so we'll be using a number of the committee rooms for this work. So please, all of you are called upon to be present, and definitely we will have a roll call every day. We will start practicing the new standing orders. Roll call will mention your name and your constituency, and mark those absent, and then action will be taken against you. So, honourable members, by the current decision of the House, we are setting aside the previous decision as per what was presented by the Deputy Majority Leader as the position of the Business Committee. And this is in respect of the venue
for the post-budget workshop, not the whole report of the business committee.
It is so decided. Now, honorable members, I want to plead with you for us to move to item 5, urgent question, because sorry.
Mr. Speaker, we have another issue to deal with. Mr. Speaker, last week we decided that the National Security Minister will be here to respond to an issue raised by our colleague from Garu. Indeed, in the presentation of the business statement, we are told that the deputy leader made a comment that since government have decided to release those who were detained during the disturbances at Garu, there was no need for the National Security Minister to be here. Indeed, it was a decision taken, that one was a decision taken at the business committee. So, it is also another confusion. A business committee took a decision that the National Security Minister will be here. Then that issue is brought here, and a declaration is made that the minister ought not to be here because an action had been taken by government, which we applauded. That is, those who were arrested have been released, but they are just released on bail. So, Mr. Speaker, while the minister is here, if you wouldn't mind, maybe making some comments on the situation in Garu, because I know my colleague and his people were ready to listen because it's not on the business statement, like the other paper, a statement.
Anyway, Honorable Minority Chief Whip, you might have discussed this at the business committee meeting, but it doesn't seem it was captured by the business committee report. So it was not a matter before the House, and no such decision was taken. Now I've been given a copy of the business committee report, and it's not there. We have the minister with us. Definitely, if what we are saying is true, the minister will confirm, and that will be the end of the matter. So I will still insist that we take the question, the minister will answer, and then that will be it. We don't need to banter over this. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, in respect of that very matter, I think the position was that the minister should come and make a statement on that. That is why it's not captured. So it's not a question to the minister. It's rather a statement from the minister, and that's why he's being here all day. So I think he could be, the value is about the same.
Majority Leader, you are saying that the minister is here to make a statement.
Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, I think there was a bit of maybe miscommunication. But my understanding of what transpired was to invite the minister to come and talk to the issue. That is maybe by way of a statement. Just like we had also agreed that the Minister of Energy, GRA, should also come and make a further PowerPoint presentation to us today. And it's not captured here, but the agreement was made internally. So, Mr. Speaker, that is my understanding of what transpired.
Well, the minister is with us. Could we allow him to make the statement? Yes. So, please, let's take item 7. Statements. Honorable members, following from what just transpired, I want to grant the Minister for National Security to make a statement on the matter, or as the majority leader put it, talk to the issue. So please, Minister, you may do so now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday, October 24th, the Ministry of National Security deployed a team of 5 counter-terrorism intelligence officers for a critical operation in Garu in the Upper East region. Upon their arrival in Garu, the team was besieged by some Irish youth who were armed with weapons, including AK-47 rifles, among others. Mr. Speaker, despite initial attempts to introduce themselves as national security personnel, the Irish youth proceeded to attack the officers by firing multiple gunshots at a black Toyota Land Cruiser in which the officers were seated. Mr. Speaker, following an escalation of the attacks on their vehicles, the officers drove to the Garu police station to seek refuge. The Irish youth
then pursued the officers, encircled the police station, and fired multiple shots at sea. The timely intervention of personnel of the Ghana Armed Forces
enabled the safe evacuation of the national security personnel from the Garu police station. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the House will agree with me that the attack on the national security personnel and also the Garu police station was reprehensible and must be condemned in no uncertain terms. Mr. Speaker, in many other jurisdictions, such attacks on security personnel in the course of their legitimate duties would be classified as an attack on the state. Mr. Speaker, subsequent to all this, on Saturday, October 28, 2023, the Ministry of National Security and the Ghana Armed Forces conducted a joint operation in Garu to seize weapons used by the Irish youth groups to attack the national security personnel. Mr. Speaker, in the aftermath of the joint operation, reports have emerged in respect of some excesses by the personnel who conducted the operation. Mr. Speaker, this aspect of the matter is currently before the court. It would therefore be inappropriate for me to comment on the matter as it would amount to contempt of court. That said, however, I would like to urge honorable members of the House to please exercise circumspection in discussing the matter for some 3 reasons. First, Mr. Speaker, because of the dire security situation we are confronted with in Boko as a result of the existing ethnic conflict in that area. Second, because of counter-terrorism operations going on in the area. And third, Mr. Speaker, because of the need to not to demotivate and demoralize our state security personnel. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the Honorable House of the continued cooperation and respect for the pieces of advice and guidance that we continue to get from honorable members. And I want to thank honorable members for the audience. Thank you.
This actually is a difficult one. If the minister has simply stated that the matter is now sub judice, and therefore he is not in the position to comment on it, that would have ended it. But when the minister narrated a version that came to his attention, now we'll have to state a version. And I'm not too sure how their version will be presented because of the situation. That's why I've been a bit quiet as to how to handle this matter. But I cannot also deny the people's representatives their right to be heard. And so I will limit it to only the members from that constituency. Garu and Timpani were together. So, no, Bongo has never been part of Garu Timpani constituency. No, Bongo is not part of Garu Timpani. So, I'll allow Garu and I'll allow Timpani. No, I will not allow the whole of Upper East.
The traditional area, the Kusaki traditional area.
The caucus leader. So I shall allow only the caucus leader. Please, let me just allow the members from those constituencies. Luckily, it's a gentleman and a lady, and I'm sure they are capable to present the version of their constituents. So let's start with the lady.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now the gentleman has become a lady. Yes, please. You hold your fire. After the lady, it will be your turn. Yes, please.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister for National Security some few questions. Right Honorable Speaker, I am actually in pain. My people are living in fear and anxiety. My first question to the National Security Minister is, you know that from Garu Police Station to Buguri is 20 clear kilometers.
Honorable Member,
from the scene of the crime.
You have to comment on what the Minister has just said. It's not time for questions.
Okay.
Comment on what the Minister has just said. I'm sure you heard him.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to make some few comments on the statement of the National Security Minister. From Bogre to Garu Police Station, where the incident happened, is 20 kilometers away. And I am sure the National Security Minister is aware that Buguri is different from Garu. And I don't understand why the people of Buguri were mercilessly beaten because of an issue that happened in Garu Police Station. Again, it is assumed, or it is all over, that when you see something, say something. When you hear something, say something. The people have seen a car that is not familiar with the terrain, and they have reported to the police station, and it has become beaten. And I also want to comment on the fact that the people that have been beaten, maimed, brutalized, Most of them are currently in the hospital. Few of them have been discharged, but some of them are still nursing their wounds. And I want to bring it to the attention of the National Security Minister that the people who are sick are having issues with their medical bills and need to be treated. The people who have been beaten need the National Security Minister more explanation than the comment that he has given us. The people that has been beaten and brutalized need compensation. In your statement, you said that it was excesses of the national security or the military.
Honourable Member, just a minute. First Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
Our member, please continue.
Okay, thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. National Security Minister, I will believe that by now you are taking note of what is going on, and I want to make few recommendations to the statement that you have made. You mentioned that the issue is before court and we don't need to talk about it, but I will believe that with these few recommendations it will help us. One, we need an independent investigation into what has happened. Two, we need the people who are nursing their wounds to be helped to treat themselves. And three, you know that somebody is dead. I believe by now it has been brought to your attention that somebody is dead. I know also that you know that some people are still being hospitalized, and we believe that you should help them to get well. And three, the people that have been beaten need compensation. But above all, we need an apology as people of Garuk and Timpani. Most especially the people of Timpani, because they were not in the crime scene. They were just beaten by circumstances of your people. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Right Honourable Speaker.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I also thank the Minister for at least honoring the invitation to come and brief this House. I was saddened when I heard earlier the Deputy Majority Leader, who on this floor said that the matter has been brought to close. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I want to state that the facts on the ground is at variance with what the Minister is briefing this House. That the people were in the car and which was shot at. My checks on the ground doesn't prove that that is the fact. My checks on the ground also prove that the youth who met the car on the 24th evening helped them, escorted them to the police station. It was at the police station that after the police commander, the BNI and all other security heads in the place didn't know anything about the presence of the people in the place. That led to some suspicion. And then the youth then insisted that they wanted to search the car. It is that altercation or that kind of argument that brought some kind of heat. As at the time, the police commander of the station, the BNI, the DCE, I personally spoke with the DCE, and then even the regional minister, none of the security heads in the area knew about the so-called national security presence in the place. And the other fact is that let it be known that as at the time that the car was shot at, there was no anybody occupying that car. The commander had moved them to to the counter bar for investigation. So these are very clear facts. Now, what I'm not too happy about, I was expecting that in the course of the minister's statement, he should at least acknowledge the excesses that were done by the military and the fact that a life is lost. As we speak, somebody died. We took the pains to do an autopsy. It is proven that the person died out of the injuries that I have that medical report from for a postmortem. Let it be known that the youth in the area, we don't have any vigilante youth. I've heard it reported in your preview. We don't have a vigilante group in Garu. The youth are harmless youth who suspected, based on the national security slogan and the call for people to say, when you see something, you should say something, that they really went to, they saw a strange car. They approached them. They were parked at a dark corner from Garu town towards Boku. You see, and that route is a route that people suspect that they carry arms along the route. That was the reason why the youth were insistent that they wanted to search the car. And it is the issue of the searching of the car and the fact that leadership of the security forces, let's say the DCE, BNI and commander, didn't know anything about these people. That is what raised the suspicion. And that's what led to the people insisting that they needed to search the car. They saw some guns in the car. They also saw some ammunition in the car. They also saw some bulletproof in the car. So, based on the fact that you had the security leadership in the district saying they didn't know anything about them, and the fact that they had seen this, and then they are, like you confirmed in your statement, that we have contention in Boku, which is very close to Garu. These are the facts. These are the words that heighten the tension and the suspicion. And so, nobody harmed anybody in the place. I'm hearing all manner of stories. They were not harmed, to say the least. They were peacefully escorted. The police commander, if he's truthful, he will tell you that the people were peacefully escorted into their police custody, and the car was left parked out. So this whole thing started somewhere around 10-11 in the evening until the following day. So if the youth were that irate and very violent as people want us to believe, I don't think that when they met them, they would have escorted them to the place in peace. So we are very unhappy and very frustrated the way the military behaved in Garu. Several people have broken arms and broken legs. Somebody has, the one who died, according to the autopsy report, he had a broken skull and 2 broken ribs. Honorable Minister, if this is how military retrieve arms, and we want to know, like you said, it's in the court, and we are all eager to hear. We want to find out how many arms that were retrieved from Garu and Bugri, if there is any at all. I think that the minister and the national security, the architecture, I can't question the way you approach. But Garu and Bugri or Tempani is a rural area. We don't have so many V8 cars in the area. Therefore, when you see a car like that, where the police commander, police are not aware, BNI officer not aware, the regional chief, the district chief executive not aware, the regional minister himself not aware, is questionable, Mr. Minister. And so these things should be watched going forward. But to say the least, the military style of retrieving arms, which we witnessed in Garu, is most unfortunate. I'm sorry to say this. It's most unfortunate that retrieving arms, you beat and kill, maim people. Is that how to retrieve arms? If you are retrieving arms, you need information. The style that they ransacked, they did a swoop, ransack, beat people, and maim people and kill some finally. Let's ask ourselves, is that how to retrieve arms? Let's be sure whether the one that they killed, whether there was an arm reach on the person. I am most disappointed in the approach of the military, and then to say the least, the people of Garu and Tempani and Bugri, we are heartbroken, and we call on the minister, we call on Parliament to launch a full-scale investigation into this a probe and let the facts be known to Ghanaians, because this military approach of always beating people mercilessly is one too many in the country, and I don't think that is how. The other thing I want to call on government to do is to ensure that military is not trained for internal security. That is not their work. And so if you use them to do the wrong exercise, they will give you wrong results. Thank you very much.
Does anybody want to comment on this side? Very well. Yes, Honorable Minister, do you want to say anything else? You agreed on 2 each. Don't change the rules after.
Yes, I know, Speaker. We agreed on 2, but we also obviously we have to allow the leadership to comment.
And we had proposed that a senior member, Honorable Boka, will speak on behalf of the leadership. So kindly, please allow Honorable. Kindly, I'm not aware that you agreed beyond 2. Please, what you agreed is what I go by. Please. Yes, Honorable Minister.
So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to thank the honorable members for the comments that they have made. Mr. Speaker, responding to the specific allegations that they make, I believe will not be in order. This matter is still in court, and I'm sure all the issues that they have come up with will be among the issues that will be discussed and taken care of in the court. So I just want to take the opportunity to thank them for their comments. I've taken notes of their comments as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Shall we return to question time now? Item 5, urgent question. Yes.
Let me kindly take you back. I don't think that we dealt with the votes and proceedings. I think we varied the order of business and came back, so I will entreat you to kindly let us go back.
We haven't done vote and proceedings.
Not at all, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Thank you for reminding us. Honourable members, item 4, correction of votes and proceedings. Page 1. The votes and proceedings for Friday, November 10th, 2023. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Are you on your feet? Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Yes, Honorable Leader.
Honorable Speaker, on Friday I was present with the minority leader. Unfortunately, we marked absent. So the table office, please correct.
Very well. The table office will take note and correct the vote. Page 8. Page 9. Yes, Honorable.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just to draw attention to the communications from His Excellency the President, your guidance on this matter, Mr. Speaker, the New Zealand Prime Minister, the Right Honorable, we only have Chris Hipkins here. Since these are official records, his full name is the Right Honorable Christopher John Hipkins. And the Speaker, same for the President of the Paris Peace Forum. The full name is Mr. Jose Angel Gurria Trevino. What we have here, just the middle name, Angel Gurria. But Jose Angel Guria Trevino. So if we can kindly reflect that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. The table office will verify the full names and effect the correction. Thank you. Page 10. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, ordinarily, I shouldn't raise this under page 10 because the Speaker himself directed, subject to your own input and that of others, regarding what was said by the Deputy Leader and the adoption of the business statement. Therefore, sequentially, that is where it should now find space, that whatever Speaker directed you, it finds sequence in the correction on page 10, in particular the item 9 on the business statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, I don't get exactly what you mean. Item 9, page 10, business statement. Yes, is that what should happen there?
Speaker, you know this is where the matter of somebody misled, there was no misleading, there was declaration of venue for post-budget workshop and others. Subsequent to that and your own reaction, the Speaker made a certain directive. That direction will reflect in a correction on the adopted position on item 9. I don't know if I've been able to get you.
Maybe you may want to explain.
We have adopted the business statement.
Yes.
Today's proceedings have reviewed our position on the business statement.
Now, should we change anything here? This is a true reflection of what happened on that day.
All right,
the decisions today will come in the votes and proceedings for tomorrow. Yes. Thank you very much. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Honourable members, subject to the corrections made, the votes and proceedings of Friday, 10th November 2023 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. Yes, Leader.
Well, Speaker, I may want to indulge you. I just walked to conclave to mention to Mr. Speaker and the Majority Leader that I intend to invoke Order 72 to make an urgent statement on a matter, Mr. Speaker, which should be of particular interest to you and the House. So with your indulgence and the leave of the House, Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court have ruled that sections of the Companies Code Act of 2019 is inconsistent with the 1992 Constitution and have accordingly expunged sections of the Companies Act on a matter raised by Derek Edu Jamfi. Mr. Speaker, I'm raising this one to celebrate the Supreme Court and recognizing that within the remit of separation of powers, where powers responsibilities have limits, this House, the Parliament of Ghana, is reminded that our authority is not sovereign and that whatever we do in this chamber, we are subject to the Constitution and subject to the checks and balances of the Supreme Court. And in commending Edu Jamfi, Mr. Speaker, I've had to raise this because the Companies Code, as you know, as a respected lawyer, has a lot of consequence on investment. Our investment climate, the attraction of investment, who qualifies to be a director, who does not qualify to be a director. And Mr. Speaker, to be specific, the Supreme Court have ruled that sections 2HII, 2AI of section 13, 172 and 177 of the Act are unconstitutional and violate the principles of fair hearing, among others. And Mr. Speaker, again, I'm raising it because
when it comes to exercising the legislative authority of this country, we are vested with the mandate. We are clothed with it under Article 93, but with limitations. Mr. Speaker, the third word which the Supreme Court have ruled on is that in passing the company's code, we use the word when a person is charged with an offense and not when the person is convicted for an offense. Mr. Speaker, words matter when it comes to legislation. So the Supreme Court is saying that the Parliament of Ghana in 2019 erred in the use of the words when a person is charged with an offense, because presumptuously it means that we are not even giving that person so qualified to be director an opportunity for fair hearing and an opportunity as an innocent person undergoing trial within the meaning of Article 19C. So, Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, may I quote 19C and then I'll rest the Constitution, Article 19C, which is on presumption of innocence. So, Mr. Speaker, and by this, and with your indulgence, I quote 19C, and I say I find comfort in the fact that yourself, you are very familiar with our legal landscape. Mr. Speaker, Section 19, Article 19C is presumed a person, and I read, a person charged with a criminal offense shall be given a fair hearing within a reasonable time by a court. Emphasis, they presume to be innocent until he is proven or has pleaded guilty. So, Mr. Speaker, the company's code we passed, we said that if a person is charged for an offense, that person does not qualify to be director. We erred. We should eat our humble pie. And by this inviting the learned Attorney General to come urgently to this House with proposed amendments to the company's code so that we right those wrongs that have so been recognized by the apex court of the land, in order that we have a company's code that can govern our business environment in Ghana and allow persons duly qualified by law and by the Constitution. So, Mr. Speaker, it means that in Ghana, our institutions are working and our institutions are responsive, that the Supreme Court of Ghana thinks that where this Parliament is and exercises our authority in excess of the 1992 Constitution, we are reminded that will be checked. And Mr. Speaker, to the leadership of the House, whether I know government business is normally government business, when you come to this House, don't rush us through legislation. Mostly when you bring legislation and you want it passed within 24 hours, this is what you get. Because, Mr. Speaker, I've heard you personally, I've heard the Honorable Chief Minister personally, I've heard Bagman as leader personally, I've heard myself. We have always said that don't change the words in the Constitution if you are importing same into a bill. But in this particular matter, this is how we act. So, Mr. Speaker, I thought that I should bring this matter as a matter of public interest in order that we have an appropriate governing legislation and legal framework that guides the business environment in Ghana. And for Parliament to accept that we erred, as rightly observed by the Supreme Court of Ghana, to commend them for ensuring that we do not operate in a manner which is excessive to the 1992 Constitution, and commend the person who walked to the court to test the supremacy of the Supreme Court over the matter. I so do, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for your indulgence.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. And I want to commend the Honorable Member, Honorable Haruna, for bringing this matter up as an urgent matter for the House to have a look at. Mr. Speaker, yes, indeed, the Supreme Court is another arm of government charged with the sole responsibility of constitutional interpretation and other matters that they have jurisdictional powers over. Mr. Speaker, it is always in good taste that there are always checks and balances in our democratic dispensation. And so it is not surprising that this House has erred. In fact, we are humans and we are born to err. And not allowing that mistake to stay in our books. That is why we've had the Supreme Court also have a look at the matter and have an interpretation. I remember in 2019, the bill that was brought before the House, which is the company's bill. The Speaker, if you all remember, it was a very, very bulky document, and I remember that vividly. I am not making excuses for this House. What I'm trying to say is the volume and the quantum of work that was brought onto the House at that time probably might have caused an oversight on our part, which in turn infringes on the right of everybody to a fair hearing, as rightly quoted by Honorable Haruna Idrisu in Article 19 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, even going further to that is the rule of natural justice. It's not a matter of just having being charged of an offense and not convicted. Even when you're charged, the rules of ordi alteram partem and the rules of natural justice actually guarantees every person or citizen of this country a fair hearing. Each part of the applicant and the respondent in the matter deserves the right to be heard. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to overbuttress the point that indeed the Supreme Court has done a great job, and the Attorney General, I'm sure, has heard the ruling of the Supreme Court and will do the needful and bring a proposed bill only to amend that portion of the Companies Code, the Companies Act. Mr. Speaker, the Companies Code we used over so many years without amendment. And the first time we were amending the code was that bulky document that we all had to go through. Clause. I also want to add my voice to what Honorable Haruna Idrisu has said. We should be diligent. We should work when it comes to bills. Agree with me. When it comes to bills, this House is virtually empty. When it comes to considering bills clause by clause, you see a few of our colleagues in the House participating in the process. But I think it's not only meant for people with leave as properly termed to make bills or to pass laws. We're all here to do so. And so I entreat each one of us to do our work properly, and by ending, commending the Supreme Court for such a brilliant observation and ruling that is intended to enhance the bill or the law that we pass for the people of Ghana. I thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I think this is just for information, drawing our attention to what has happened. Truly, Honourable Member for Tamale South ought to have discussed this with Mr. Speaker before coming here. I don't know whether he did, but what is important for me is that for us lawyers who were members of the House at the time, this shouldn't ordinarily have escaped us. We are grateful to the Supreme Court that they have observed this, but I don't think we need to do anything more. It doesn't even have to do anything more. This is no longer part of the law, period. That if you're charged, just because you're charged, you lose your right to be a member. That's what I said, yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you much for giving me the opportunity. It's very unfortunate that it has escaped some of us. Mr. Speaker, I was involved in the company's bill becoming a law. I'm surprised that this has escaped the committee of experts, the winnowing committee, as well as the entire
House. The Speaker, the word that we were supposed to use was convicted, not charged, because we all know that all suspects are deemed innocent until proven to be guilty of the offense. So it is only when you are convicted with an offense involving dishonesty or moral turpitude that you can be disqualified from becoming a director. So though the provision is struck out by the Supreme Court, there will be an urgent need for an amendment so that instead of using the word charge, we use the word convicted for an offense involving moral turpitude or dishonesty, fraud, among...
Do you have a copy of the company's code here?
I don't know how the company...
The lawyer who did the case put it out on the lawyer's platform in Asian Region. So the word there we used charge, convicted, and so on. So the Supreme Court only struck out the charged. The rest stands clean. And so I don't think we need to do it. But I think the lawyers can get together around it.
Yes.
Look at the judgment.
We need to look at it because it's as if the whole section 13 to...
No, but I think it's those words.
Affected.
That the charge which ought not to have been there,
very well,
which will become the issue. But I think the lawyers can gather around it, look at the judgment and advise.
Well. If there need be, then we do the necessary amendment.
Yes, yes. I think there's really, you won't say anything different from your brother. Yes.
If I let the record reflect that, Speaker, this matter was raised at the committee level in Koforidua. That's where we met. And I raised the matter. And I was told that I can relitigate it on the floor. I did indicate that the merely charging the person could not be a ground. This is about incorporation of a company. The person could not apply. And I said that no, we couldn't have done that. So at least in the genre of the words we are using, we could take out charge. It is when the person is convicted, even upon conviction and a fine, the Constitution even sets a time limit upon which after that period, the person is free to participate in our public space. All sorts of defense were put up, and I was shut down. And this is not the only case that the work of this House has been called into question before the Supreme Court. So, like the Honorable Minority Leader, the Honorable Haruna Idrisu said, we should be careful when it comes to legislation because it's not all of us who are interested. So the few of us who spend time to do the work, we should be allowed to further interrogate the issues thoroughly before we pass. And
it's a pity you didn't raise it on the floor, because I remember I was presiding throughout those proceedings. I'm sure that if you had brought his attention to the floor, we would have struck it out. But it's okay. Let's move forward. See if there's anything we must clean. Yes, leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it does appear that it's not just about a word. According to the report here, the subsections 2H, 2HI, 2H, a number of them, about 4 subsections with section 13, 172, 17, etc., etc. So many of them are asked to be struck out. So it's not just the simplicity of a word. It looks like there's a direct application to the meaning and application of those sections contrary to the Constitution. So I think that it should be looked at more thoroughly than just saying that one word is the reason. A number of sections here are said to be struck out.
Very well, as I said, the Constitutional and Legal Committee, I've been brought back to that committee, so I can join and let's discuss in detail what is yes. Yes, Leader.
Honourable Speaker, thank you. Let me thank the MP for Tamale South. But I wanted to make one very important point, and it has to do with, yes, Parliament must take responsibility, but obviously this bill came from the executive arm of government. And I have the experience of having brought a bill we had to withdraw it after certain things that we found out later. It is very, very clear that as we take responsibility for this error, which has been explained, and often it is because sometimes the last week or the last 2 weeks of when we have to rise, when we are loaded with so many bills that we have to deal with. And that's why certain things will not be caught. But as we are taking responsibility, I think this call also goes to the executive arm of government, especially the Attorney General's office. They must be diligent. It's obvious that this is how it came, and it's because we couldn't catch it. That's why it passed. And so we must take responsibility. It also calls for the need for capacity building for members of parliament, especially when it comes to bills. It's really an issue that must be discussed, and so that we can really ginger the interest of members when it comes to lawmaking. I've listened to the majority leader often talk about the frustration of having few people deal with bills, and often you will see that the House is left with 3 or 4 people who have interest. How do we really address that issue and really bring out the interest of members, especially new members of parliament? I think on this issue we have to revisit and address it. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. We shall proceed. Now I come to item 5. Leader, sorry.
Speaker, I just caught the tail end of this matter, and I guess it's the matter which attracted the ruling from the Supreme Court on the Companies Act. Speaker, I think it's most unfortunate that maybe these things got under the radar. Speaker, you bear with me that I've always been insistent that when we come to import a principle from the Constitution, we should employ the language of the Constitution. And once you do that, you are good to go. I think, unfortunately, in this particular instance, I don't know how we missed it, because I was following the smithing of that bill. I was really following, and we got a small band of people who were always with us, trying to do what was right. And I would cite the Honorable Bernard Ahiafo and the Honorable Anyimedu. I'm not too sure of the Honorable Rosen Dafiamepo, who attended, I would say, visitations to the committee. But, Mr. Speaker, I think it's just one word that we missed. Whereas the Constitution uses the word convicted, we use charged. So we can bring it back, maybe just so that we get it right. If we have the full ruling from the Supreme Court, and then we'll compare, and then just amend those 2 portions. That would be good. I don't think that it calls for any serious interrogation. It's just the usage of the words conviction and charging. So we'll do what is right and appropriate. Mr. Thank you.
Very well. Point well taken, well made. Now, we had not done the official report. Honourable members have the official report of Thursday, November 2nd, 2023. Thursday, November 2nd, 2023. Any corrections, please? Official report, Thursday, November 2nd, 2023. Any corrections? Very well. In the absence of any corrections, the official report of Thursday, November 2nd, 2023 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. Item 5. Questions? Urgent questions? The Attorney General. Yes, Leader.
If we could vary the order of business and deal with the presentation of papers, and I guess we could finish very early, especially if you box all of them into one basket and do the presentation.
Which item, please?
Item 8.
8.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Presentation of papers. Very well. Yes, minority. Yes.
Speaker, I have no objection.
Very well. At the commencement of public business, item 8, presentation of papers. Are we taking all of them?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Item 8. 8A. That the Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources. Yes. You only bow. Bow from wherever you stand. Yes.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Community Water and Sanitation Agency for the year 2022.
The paper as duly presented is for distribution to members. Item B, by the Minister for Communication and Sorry, it's not a report, it's a new paper, very well. It's referred to the Committee on Water Resources, Works and Housing to consider a report. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I agree that the papers should be late. With the assumption that the ministers were here. Now, I see about 5 ministers that are supposed to lay this paper. Can the majority leader explain to us the whereabouts of these ministers, please?
Kindly, let's take them. The Minister for Water Resources laid her paper. Now we'll come to Minister for Communication and Digitalization. Yes, Honorable Majority.
Mr. Speaker, there is a meeting is ongoing now to try to dot some I's and cross some T's in respect of the budget, and the ministers have been summoned to a close meeting on that. Mr. Speaker, so if my colleague doesn't mind, I could do the presentation of the others on behalf of the ministers before I myself exit to join.
So, Speaker, under the circumstances, I think.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Minister for Parliamentary Affairs. The papers are duly presented. Sorry, you may read that before.
Okay. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the National Communications Authority for the year 2022. 2021.
Then item II.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the National Information Technology Agency for the year 2022.
Honourable members, the papers are duly presented and referred to the Committee on Communications to consider and report. Item C, by the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources for the year 2021.
The report is duly presented, is referred to the Committee on Lands and report. Item D, by the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration for the year 2021.
Paper is duly presented, is referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs to consider and report. Item E, the Minister for Railway Development.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ministry of Railways Development for the years 2020 and 2021.
Papers are duly presented, is referred to the Committee on Roads and Transport to consider and report. Item F, by the Minister for Health.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Health Facilities Regulatory Agency for the year 2021.
The paper is duly presented, is referred to the Committee on Health to consider and report. Item G, by the Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development.
Mr. Speaker, if I may composite all those of them under G.
Yes, all of item C, I to VIII.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ashanti Regional Coordinating Council for the year 2021. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Shai Osudoku Assembly for the year 2021. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the German North District Assembly for the year 2021. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the 10 District Assembly for the year 2021. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the TBC Development Company Limited for the year 2021. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ghana East Municipal Assembly, Abokobi, for the year 2021. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Kwando Municipal Assembly for the year 2021. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ghana Central Municipal Assembly for the year 2022.
The reports are duly presented. They are referred to the Committee on Local Governance to consider and report. Item H, by the Minister for Education, and you may take all of them together, I to XII.
Speaker, just before that, I think for G, Roman number 2, it is the Shai Osudoku District Assembly. I think there's an omission there. That is why it's Suda, Shai Osudoku District Assembly.
Very well. Point is well noted.
So H now.
H.
Institute of Chartered Accountants, Ghana Regulations 2023. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the St. Teresa's College of Education, Kokwe, for the year 2021. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Whole Technical University for the year 2021. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Student Loan Trust Fund for the year 2021. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the EP College of Education, Amedjope, for the year 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Presbyterian College of Education, Ekropon Ekwapim, for the year 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the University of Education, Winneba, 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the SD Dambo University of Business and Integrated Development Studies, WA, for the year 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Whole Technical University for the year 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the University of Professional Studies, Accra, UPSA, for the year 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the University of Ghana for the year 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Macquarie College of Education, Nandoli, for the year 2022.
The reports are duly presented. They are referred to the Committee on Education to consider and report. Honourable members, item HI, Roman 1, is different. That's a regulation. So I refer item HI to the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation to consider and report. Very well. Yes, Leader.
If I could do 9 for the Minister.
But before you proceed, Leader, let me direct that having regard to the state of the business of the House. The House sits outside the regular sitting hours. Yes.
If I could do 9. Item 9.
Item 9, presentation and first reading of bills. Minister of Environment, Science and Technology. Yes, Honorable, I saw him here.
An act to amend and consolidate the laws relating to environmental protection, establish the Environmental Protection Authority to regulate, protect and manage the environment, to provide for pesticide control and regulation, to provide for control, management and disposal of hazardous waste, electrical and electronic waste, and for related matters.
The bill is duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Environment, Science and Technology to consider and report. Yes, Honorable Leader.
Speaker, I believe we can recline to question time. Questions?
Very well. Honorable members, we return to private business and we are on item 5. Urgent question to be answered by General and Minister for Justice. Sorry?
Speaker, when he was ready, the Attorney General was ready. I think the House wasn't ready. So he said he'll be joining. In the meantime, we can do the...
Very well. So we go to question item 6 then. Questions to be answered by the Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources. Question number 290 by an honorable member for Keta, Takwame Jujoli Gakme.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources the steps taken so far in addressing non-availability of potable drinking water for the people of Anyako, Konu, and Seba communities.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Konu, Seba, and Anyako are communities in the Keta constituency, currently supplied from community-managed boreholes and private hand-dug wells. These boreholes and hand-dug wells are unable to meet the water needs of the communities due to mainly to the poor groundwater quality and poor yields from the existing boreholes. Mr. Speaker, the water supply challenges to these communities were recently brought to the attention of the Ministry for redress, and I touched the Ghana Water Limited to assess how these communities could be supplied with water. Mr. Speaker, samples taken in the preliminary assessment done by the Ghana Water Limited indicates that some private boreholes at Heluve, a community which is 4 kilometers from Anyako, have good water quality that can be explored to supply potable water to the 3 communities. Mr. Speaker, to address the water supply challenges within the communities, Ghana Water Limited intends to implement in the short, medium and long term the following interventions. 1. Drill 2 mechanized boreholes at Helovi and undertake pipeline extension works from Helovi to Anyako, Konu and Sebe to improve water supply to the communities within those areas. Works are expected to commence when funds become available. The project is estimated to cost 1.2 million Ghana cedis and it will be funded using Ghana Water Limited internally generated funds. Mr. Speaker, under the medium-term intervention, we intend to build 5 additional boreholes and build auxiliary structures to ensure sustainable water supply to the communities within that enclave at an estimated cost of 5 million Ghana cedis. And this will also be funded by our IGF under the Ghana Water Limited. Mr. Speaker, in the long-term intervention, we intend to add a new 20,000 cubic meters per day that is 4.4 million gallons per day, water treatment plant at Agodome, as part of the second phase of the Qatar water supply expansion project to supply some beneficiary communities, which will include these 3 communities and their environs. Mr. Speaker, in addition to the project, about 100 kilometers of diameter 700 millimeter transmission pipeline, as well as storage reservoirs and 100 kilometers of varying sizes of distribution pipelines will be constructed at an estimated cost not exceeding 100 million euros to increase water production to meet water demand up to the year 2045. Furthermore, the carrying capacity of some existing distribution pipelines will be improved, as well as upgrade the pump capacities of some booster pumping stations. Ghana Water Limited is currently engaging some investors who have expressed interest in developing the project with funding from our donor partners. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for providing this answer. Mr. Speaker, this is a house of record. And then when you look at the answer provided, the first paragraph, they say several Anyakukun communities in Keta municipality currently supplied from community-managed borehole and private hand-dug wells. Mr. Speaker, as I speak to you, there is no community borehole in Sevakun and Anyaku. These are the people who are relying on the tankers who have been providing them with their electricity every day. So as I speak to you, there is no borehole, there is no private dagger. So I would like to find from the minister, those who provided this answer, are they being truthful to this against house? Because this is not true. I would like to, this is a house of record. So I would like to find out from the minister.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm also surprised that the Honourable Member of Parliament is saying it's not true. So both of us will have to do a cross-check and report back to this House. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. These are communities about more than 60 years, no water. They rely on the tanker to supply them water. And this is my constituency. And that community, I know that community than many of here. So they have been suffering from water problem, not today. So if a borehole is there, I will tell you the borehole is there. It's not there. It's not true. You can verify. You can send team to look out for that. Mr. Speaker, my second question goes to the short-term measures, intervention. The minister provided the answer that they will be providing water using IGF. I want assurance from the minister because there is no date. You say when funds. So if it is 4 years, funds will be available. We will still be. The people will still be there without water. So when assurance?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, I cannot give him that assurance, but I believe that water is life, water is essential, and we do everything possible to ensure that the good people of his constituency get access to drinking water when money is available. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I have no further question because the assurance is not coming. So we'll be trusting God and see what God will do.
Very well. Question number 756. The name of the Honourable Member for Garu, Mr. Albert Akuka Alauzuga. Honourable Member for Garu. Very well. I'll proceed. Question number 1053. The Honourable Member for South Dai, Sarok Singh Nelson. Efiamapo. Well, maybe he doesn't intend to ask his question, so I'll proceed.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to ask the Honourable Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources what urgent steps the Ministry is taking to extend pipe-borne water to the Tongo and Parliament communities in the Southern constituency. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Slagmemi, Duga, and Tongo are villages located in the South Dai constituency in the Volta region. The communities are currently served by handout well assistance to support headworks. The assessment concluded that the communities could not be connected to 15 kilometers away. Due to the distance involved and the already challenged water supply situation in the whole municipality, which is supplied from the Pebi headworks, the idea to supply the communities from the Pebi plant was deemed not feasible from an operational standpoint. However, since the communities are closer to the headworks under the Ghana Water Limited Eastern Region operations, another assessment was carried out on how to serve the communities from the plant. The findings from the assessment indicate that the communities can be served by the Dodi plant, and to this end, the following pipeline extensions are required to meet the water supply needs of the communities. 5.5 kilometer of outside diameter, 110 millimeter HDPE mains extension from Bosso to Pledemi, Duga and Top, and 1.2 kilometer of outside diameter, 160 millimeter high density polyethanol mains distribution network improvements within Enum Bosso. The estimated cost of is 3.2 million Ghana cedis. The works will be funded from the Ghana Water Limited internally generated fund. As I speak, Mr. Speaker, the pipeline for the project have been procured, and works will commence once the processes for the procurement of a contractor is completed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Speaker, let me commend the Minister for initiatives. This has been something that I've been taking for so long. So first, I want to commend her. And two, let me also correct her by saying that the name is Pepe. Pepe, that's my capital. That means your crew. Try and meet your crew. Speaker, thank you. May I find out from the Honorable Minister that from my answer, it means the supply will come through the Dodi pumping station through a Numbuso. Now, if distance is a factor, then will her ministry, will her agency, which is Ghana Water, consider pumping from Dodi? Like the answer has provided, pumping from Dodi through Palimetongo to Germany, that's on a separate line, and pumping through Peve to cover for the distance about 15 kilometers, the ones you earlier indicated. Two separate projects. I thank you.
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We may have to do a further assessment to see whether it will be feasible for us to do it. So I will assure the Honourable Member of Parliament that we'll take a second look at it. But this is what is on the table. Thank you.
Yes,
Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for the answers. And I pray that, as is indicated, when the procurement processes are gone through, the project will take off to completion quickly. I thank you.
Very well. Item 1240. Honorable Member from MF East, Mr. Nicholas Amankwa. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources what plans the Ministry has to rehabilitate and expand the Wase Kropon water system to cater for the increased water needs of Wase Kropon Township. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Wase Kropon is a community in the Wasa Memphis West District of the Western Region. The water system in the community was completed under the European Union-funded EU SWAP project in May 2010 with a design population of 8,627 people. The system is currently based on the abstraction of water from one borehole with a discharge of cubic meters per hour and has a 120 cubic meters hour level tank. The water system has 14 standpipes with 20 functioning. 345 households have already been connected. The current population is estimated at 11,892, which makes water supply inadequate, resulting in its rationing to these communities. Mr. Speaker, the CWSA took over the management of the water system in July and carried out rehabilitation of the existing tank, as well as replacing leaking distribution pipelines to stabilize the water systems. A 200 millimeter diameter borehole with a relatively high yield of 36 millimeter per hour high lift yield has already been drilled to augment the source. In the immediate short term, the CWSA is in the process of mechanizing the drilled borehole to improve water production and supply to the community. And in the long term, the CWSA is planning to rehabilitate the entire water system by drilling additional boreholes to increase water production, rehabilitate the tank, replace old pipes, and extend the distribution network in the community to meet the water demand of the fast-growing towns, subject to availability of funds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity once again. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your response. But in reference to paragraph 3 of your response, I would like to know from your end, when is the process of mechanizing the drill borehole to help improve water supply in Wasekropon, which is the municipal capital of Amenfi East? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I indicated, we are going to undertake these things in the long term. And I cannot give you that assurance that it's going to be today or tomorrow, but we are looking for funding. And whenever we have funding and available funds, we'll definitely see to the rehabilitation of the entire water system to ensure that the good people of your constituency get access to drinking water. Thank you.
Are you done? Honourable Member for Menzies, are you okay? Very well.
Thank you.
I'll proceed to the Honourable Member for Pandai, Salah Okbal. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for opportunity to ask the Minister for Sanitation, Water Resources, what plans the Minister has to connect water to the Panda Township. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister. Yes, 171.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Pandai and its environs are currently being supplied potable water from the small town water system under the Community Water and Sanitation Agency and some private hand-worked wells. It has been estimated that the current water demand for Pandai alone is 2,000 cubic meters per day, and this is projected to increase to 4,500 cubic meters per day by the year 2045. The current water supply to Pandai is less than 1,000 cubic meters per day, and this coupled with the increase in population requires the need for expansion of water systems. The community water system was constructed in the year 2006 under an African Development Bank funding. The water system has been non-functioning since 2017. The distribution network has 120 cubic meter high level steel tank, which is made up of PVC pipes that have broken at several points on the pipe network. The water system was under the management of the Water and Sanitation Management Team, with the Mandai District Assembly providing an oversight role until it broke down. The community members rely on water from privately mechanized boreholes in the town for their water needs. The current population of the town is around 18,889, or 3.7%, and is a vibrant commercial center. A joint feasibility study has been carried out between CWSA, Northern Region, and Skylinks Technical Services to improve the water supply system in Pandai. The River Oti is approximately 11 kilometers away from Pandai. that has been identified as a viable alternative source for the construction of the water system. Mr. Speaker, after the assessment of the existing water facility in Pandai, it was proposed that the water system should be rehabilitated, including but not limited to the stated interventions below. 1. Constructing an intake on the Oti River, 11 kilometers away from town with a treatment plant. Construction of a transmission line of 11 kilometers. Construction of an entire new distribution network, extent of the line yet to be determined, Mr. Speaker. Rehabilitation of the existing 120 cubic meter and the construction of a new tank. Erection of 20 standpipes, reduced quantity to smart taps may be recommended. And then construction of a new CWSA management office. The implementation has been scheduled to commence during this last quarter and hopefully first quarter of next year, subject to availability of funds. Mr. Speaker, in view of the above and as part of government's agenda to ensure that there is water for all and also in line with the SDG 6, the Ministry through Ghana Water Limited is also currently developing a water supply project for Salaga, Bimbila, Wolinsi, Bandai and the surrounding communities. Mr. Speaker, the project is targeted at addressing the water supply challenges of 111 communities located in the two regions, that is the Savannah and the northern regions, and in 5 municipal district assemblies. We're looking at East Konja, Bandai, Nanumba North, Nanumba South, and Yendi. The communities consist of 5 peri-urbans, namely Salaga, Bimbila, Bandai, Wolinsi, and Chamba, and 106 small towns and villages. These 106 communities are located along the triangular route from Salaga to Bimbila through Chamba and from Salaga to Mibila through Bandai, including the communities south of Bandai on the main road to Buya. Mr. Speaker, the feasibility study for the project has been completed and the review process is ongoing. Ghana Water is currently engaging some investors who have expressed interest in developing the project with funding from our donor partners. Once the financing arrangement is made, this project will commence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I thank the Minister for a detailed response. However, what measures are being taken to address the water needs of Bandai and its growing population until the proposed water system improvements are implemented? Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I indicated earlier, a joint feasibility studies have already been carried out between CWSA and Skylinks Technical Services to improve the water system in Bandai. So we are working out something to ensure that the good people of Bandai have access to pure quality drinking water. We are not relenting on our efforts to provide water for his community. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. From the Minister's answers, the last speech, for the last paragraph, she said once the financing is arranged, the project will commence. Honourable Minister, I think I asked your predecessor the same question in 2021, and her responses were so sexy and sweet than what I'm hearing from you now. Can you give the timeline when this financial arrangement will be complete? Thank you.
Yes, Minister. Make your answer a little sense.
Thank you very much. I think, Mr. Speaker, I've also provided some sweet answers for him as well, because I've indicated that the feasibility study for the project has already been completed and the review process is ongoing, and that Ghana Water is currently engaging some investors who have expressed the desire and the interest in developing the project with funding from donor partners. So I believe this is also sweet. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honorable Minister, I want to thank you once again. But I want to make a suggestion. During the COVID 2020, 2 boreholes were drilled and mechanized for the aim of being connected to the reservoir at Moura. As I speak, the drilling is completed but has been hanging at Dubum and Alasuna narrowed line down. Narrow line down. Is it possible for the ministry, in collaboration with the district assembly, to consider connecting the abandoned project reservoir and the main water system for Pandai Township? Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I cannot stand here and speak for the District Assembly as of now, but we collaborate with them, engage them, and find out exactly what can be done. Thank you.
Very well. Question number 1743, Honorable Member for Yilo Krobo, Dr. Albert Tetenya-Kute. Yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources when the water extension project from Uhunya to Boti to Agogo to Opesika to Sutapon and Akpo Atwamu and the surrounding communities in the Ilokobo constituency, which stalled since December 2016, will be completed.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the supply of potable water in the Ilokobo municipality is provided by both the Community Water and Sanitation Agency and the Ghana Water Limited. The communities are mainly served by a point source scheme, which is managed on the basis of community ownership. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Water Limited is currently undertaking a pipeline replacement and extension works throughout the whole country in its bid to improve water supply to the underserved and unserved. The work is being done in phases with Ghana Water Limited's internally generated funds. As part of this program, Ghana Water plans to extend pipeline works to connect and complete the pipeline replacement works from Huhunya to Boti, Agogo, Opesika, Sutapon, Akpo, Akamu, and the surrounding communities. The work is planned to be undertaken in the second phase of the program. Furthermore, interconnections will also be undertaken on the existing transmission mains serving Koporidia from the booster station at Kosidiaka. The works are expected to be completed as part of the broader pipeline improvement program by the end of the first quarter of 2024. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With all these interventions, when all these interventions are completed, the aforementioned communities in the Ilokobo constituency will see improved water supply services. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Yeah, right, Honorable Speaker, I have a follow-up question. I want to thank the Honorable Minister for her response. At least it gives my people hope. But I wanted to assure my people that the project will come to fruition or the project will be completed. I'm asking for this assurance because right here in this chamber in June 2022, when I asked the same question, her predecessor promised to have it done by the end of third quarter 2022, and it wasn't done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's the vision of my ministry and for that matter, my government to ensure that the good people of Ghana get access to good quality drinking water. And we are already done with the first phase. So when the second phase, we start with the second phase, it's likely, and I've given you the hope that we'll definitely take care of these communities. Thank you.
Yeah, I wish to thank the minister for, as my colleague said, for her sweet words. I want the sweet words to come through. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, from Tetenya-Kute to Tetenya-Kun of Upper Menyako.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Speaker,
My question is to find out from the Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources. When the water extension project, when the contractor will commence work on the Bukuno Water Treatment Plant extension project from Bukuno to communities in the Upper Manyakrobo district. Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Bukono Water Treatment Plant has a design capacity of 19,400 cubic meters per day, and it was completed in 2009 with funding from Belgium. As part of the works under the project, approximately 35 kilometers of transmission pipeline was laid from Bukono to Koforidia. Standpipes were also provided along the transmission pipeline to serve communities on that stretch. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Water Limited has drawn up a proposal for the extension of water to the other parts of Upper Manyakrobo district and its environs at an estimated cost of 8,612,000, which is being implemented in phases. Mr. Speaker, currently the Ghana Water has laid 16.6 kilometers of 160 millimeter HGP pipelines from Otrope to Asasihini as part of the phase 1 of the project. The project, when completed, will serve Asasihini, Mensa Dawa, Dawa, Kolewa, Kono Dawa, Akatawia, Sekesua, and Otrope. The project is expected to be completed by the second quarter of 2024. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker, I thank you and thank the colleague minister for the response. Speaker, when you refer to 15th of February 2023, I asked same question, and the minister at column 15 of the official report told this House that the project will be completed by the end of the second quarter of this year. Speaker, as at May this year, the contractor was not on the road. That is why I filed this question. Speaker, you can bear with me that the minister has still not told us when the contractor will commence work. Speaker, the question is, when will the contractor commence work at Bukuno to extend water to other parts of Upper Manyakrobo? That has not been stated in the question. Speaker, if the minister can still answer my question. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, work is ongoing in his constituency. Some pipes have been laid, and I just mentioned that we are working on the second phase of the project. So I'm surprised that he's still insisting that there's no contractor at work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, if I understand you, you mean, Honorable Minister, there's a contractor on site. Is that your suggestion? Very well.
Speaker, the phase 1 that involved the laying of the pipes were done in 2016. Speaker, if my colleague will be able to help me with the name of the contractor on the road as of now. As of this morning, I know there's no contractor on that road, and the phase 1 was completed in 2016. Between 2016 and this very morning, there hasn't been any contractor on the road. So if my colleague can please mention the name of the contractor so that we'll look for him. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can get the contractor's name to this House, but I want to state here as part of my answer that we stated that the project is expected to be completed by the second quarter of 2024. So the project is ongoing, and we are almost done with the phase 1 of the project, and we intend to do the phase 2 as well. Thank you.
Very well. I'll move on to question number 1856. I don't know, member for Techima North, Mrs. Elizabeth Ofosu-Ejari.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources what steps the ministry is taking to provide potable water for the following communities in the Techima North constituency. Demfa, Duna, Nyamibetre, Tanukrum, Kwame Repairer, Braceso, Kofikum, Amansem, and Boadan. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Chechimine surface water supply system, which supplies water to the aforementioned communities, was commissioned in 1997 and has an installed capacity of 4,500 cubic meters per day. Mr. Speaker, over the years, the system has not seen any major rehabilitation and expansion to meet the ever-increasing water demand for the supply area. The water supply system is based on surface water, that's the Tano River, and groundwater obtained from the mechanized boreholes. Mr. Speaker, as a result of population and economic growth in the Techima municipality, it has become necessary to expand the existing water supply system to meet the current and future water demands of Techima and some identified beneficiary towns. The government has secured a grant of 100 million from the Korean Exim Bank to finance the project. The project is scheduled to be completed within 36 months after commencement. The beneficiary communities for the project include, Mr. Speaker, Tanoso, Kuntunse, Akumadai, Nkenkensu, Takofiano, Techimai Tiobodom, New Techimai, Ahensia, Sadieso, Afrancho, Jama Krobo, Akrofrom, Arowa, and the surrounding environs. Mr. Speaker, the scope of the project includes 1. Rehabilitation of the existing raw water intake and the treatment plant 4,500 cubic meters per day. Construction of a weir with a capacity of 550,000 millimeters on the Tano River. Construction of new intake and water treatment plants with a capacity of 17,000 cubic meters per day. Transmission pipelines with a total length of 25 kilometers. Distribution pipelines with a total length of 147 kilometers. Booster pumping station. Service pipelines complete with meters and public standpipes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The current status of the project is as indicated below. Parliament granted approval for the loan agreement on 5th November 2020. The loan agreement was signed on 17 December 2020. Request for proposal for the consultant for the design and construction supervision was issued to solicited firms for submissions by 12 February 2021. Mr. Speaker, evaluation of the technical proposals for the shortlisted firms has been completed and the evaluation report has been approved by the Korea Exim Bank. The contractor for the consultancy services has been prepared and sent to the Korean Exim Bank for their no objection for contract signature and for the work to commence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to the Honorable Minister for elaborate answer. He stated that 100 million loan facility from Korean Exim has been secured. He's given us the status. The only important outstanding matter is the date of commencement. Can the Minister be kind enough to tell us around which time the project is supposed to commence?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. As I indicated, the contractor for the consultancy services has already been prepared and sent to the Korean Exim Bank for their no objection for the contract signature and for the works to commence. They've responded to our letter and requested for further better particulars which we submitted to them. So we are hopeful that very soon the project will commence. Thank you.
Yes.
Very grateful for that answer as well. Mr. Speaker, the Minister indicated that when the project is done, Krobo, Akrofom, Arowa, Sobodom, all in my constituency will benefit and its environment. If you look at the geography of Techima North, you will see that areas like Duna, Boadan, and Demfa are not close to any of these communities. Will the Minister think of placing boreholes in these three communities? As the completion of this project on its own will not help connect to these communities. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, as I indicated, water is life, sanitation is life, and water is essential. So we may consider due to availability of funds. Thank you.
You're done. Very well. So you take the next question, 1857.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources what plans the ministry has to help relocate dump sites situated in residential areas in the following communities in the Techman North constituency: Sobodom, Arowa, and Afrofrom. I thank you.
Yes, no, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the primary responsibility for the management of dump sites and refuges in general are the core mandates of the various metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies. The ministry's core mandate is to provide policy guidance and some interventions to support the MMDAs in the management of waste in the country. Mr. Speaker, as and when the ministry is able to source funding from projects, some interventions can be provided to evacuate these dump sites by the core mandate of the Ministry of Local Government. Unfortunately, the ministry has no budget lines to do that in the foreseeable future. May I use this opportunity to appeal to all MMDAs to continue to strengthen their internal systems to ensure effective management of refuse. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Looking at paragraph 2 of the Honorable Minister's answer, I was soothing when he said that, when she indicated that she will be able to sort out funding and then give some intervention. Then, just before she finishes, she says, the ministry has no budget line to do that in the foreseeable future. It is not encouraging. If you say in one breath...
Honorable, do you make allocations to the ministry for that?
The budget has not been done. So if you even end up, if there is budgetary allocation, I will take it. But if you say in the not foreseeable future, it's as if you don't think that this will ever happen. So if you are looking for funding, yes, look for funding. But if you say not in the foreseeable future, it means that you are not willing to work very hard to ensure that it happens. And that, I think people from Techman North listening to you will not be happy at all. So if you look for funds, end it there. But if you add not in the foreseeable future, I think it's so discouraging.
So if you can kindly assure us that you work hard to let us have it, I think that would be a better answer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about two issues here. It's not the ministry's core mandate to undertake the project that she wants us to do for her. But what I said was, we will try as much as possible to source funding from some of our projects, from our project funds to support this project. But it's not part of our budget line, and we cannot have that as part of our budget line. So unfortunately, if you got me wrong, it's not part of our budget line. We'll try as a Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources to seek support from our donor funds from our projects to support this program for you. But it's not part of our budget line. That one, I have to be clear on that. Thank you. It's not that I'm saying that the ministry has no budget line in the unforeseeable future. You must be frank with the people you are dealing with. Your constituents want to see through to this. But I'm telling you that we will try as a ministry to seek support from our donor partners to support this project. But this particular project is not part of our budget line. It's under the Ministry of Local Government. Thank you, my sister.
I find some of these. Oh, sorry, you're not done.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
It's very interesting that the core mandate of the Ministry of Water Resources is not water, but it's with local sanitation and water resources. And then sanitation doesn't have to do anything with refuse, it's okay. But let me ask this one. What policy, you said that, this is a comment, let me ask my follow-up question. It is very interesting, I said, that the Ministry of Sanitation does not deal with refuse dump. That's what I said. But I move to my next question. You have indicated that your core mandate is to give policy direction and assistance. May I respectfully ask what policy direction and assistance your ministry has provided in the management of waste relevant to Techiman North? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've provided policy assistance and direction to many parts or many constituencies and MMDCs in this country. And as I indicated earlier, I'm surprised that my sister is trying to get me wrong on this footing. That the core mandate of the MMDCs is to ensure that waste is evacuated and the cabbages are lifted from time to time. The MMDCs, the district assemblies, they sign with the private service providers to evacuate refuse. That particular contract, Mr. Speaker, is not the core mandate of my ministry. My ministry collaborates and we support the MMDAs with policy guidance and support when the need arises. Recently, we supported some MMDAs with trucks, we supported them with waste bins, we supported them with a lot of education, a lot of waste materials as well. So after when we get funding under our interventions or under our programs, we support the MMDAs. So it's not the core mandate that we see to the collection of refuse at the district assembly level. We've done a lot of work with the district assembly and we'll continue to collaborate with the district assemblies. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the last question. Is the Attorney General here? We still have 2 questions. Is he here? Well, we have 2 urgent questions for the Attorney General to answer. But frankly, why are we not asking the district assemblies to evacuate rubbish? Are they not the agencies that take the local fees? So why should we, after they have taken the local fees, bring the bill to anybody outside here? And we are encouraging negligence on their part because we will get ministers to come and answer. But I think we should hold our district assemblies responsible for the things that they are set up to do. I think it is time we, as members of the district assembly, ask them to do what they are set up to do. I truly think that we should do more in that respect. What should I do? Well, yes.
Mr. Speaker, this is a very important point you raised, especially when it comes to the issue of sanitation at the local levels. It's a very frustrating situation. I've found myself occasionally having to intervene to help address issues of, waste that has basically engulfed whole communities, and it's as if the district assembly doesn't care. But, how do we hold DCs accountable? The DC can only be held accountable by the Minister of Local Government, writing to him. I think we must get to a point where DCs probably must be summoned to come and answer questions in Parliament. I mean, it's a proposal. I've thought about it.
But the Committee on Local Government can invite the DCs. They can and
I've
they
never
should.
seen it happen.
It never happened, but that's the point I'm making. We should hold them accountable. They have stopped collecting even local levies. And people carry their rubbish, dump it somewhere, and call on others to come and pay to clear it. Right? It's not right. The same thing with public toilets. You go and build it for them, the communities sit there, collect fees for using it, and then they come to MP or go to DC, come and repair this, come and repair that, after they have collected fees for people to use it. I mean, yes, it's full, come and drain it when they have collected fees. We said at the time we ask people to take responsibility for the things they're being asked to do. Because of votes, we are afraid to say so many things, all of us. Yes, we are allowing, but if we stand together on these matters, we can ask them to do what they are encouraged to. Anyway, Honorable Minister, thank you for attending upon the House to answer questions. You are discharged. Yes. I think I should want to bring proceedings to a close.
Yes, Speaker.
Yes.
Yeah, I think so. Madam Speaker,
yeah.
I have to make a point about the Attorney General's absence. Yeah, but it is important that we know. You just said something about it. Madam Speaker, this House cannot invite a Minister of State who's supposed to come and answer. And these are not ordinary questions, urgent questions. And he's not here. None of his deputies are here. There's no explanation as to why he's not here. Available leader can't even explain his whereabouts. 30 minutes before the questions from the Honorable Minister of Sanitation and Water Resources, I hinted the availability to try and reach out to the Attorney General to be here before we finish. You couldn't get me a response. Unfortunately, he doesn't even have the contact of the Attorney General. You do?
Yeah, but sure
it's not acceptable.
At the business committee, you will deal with those matters.
It's not acceptable.
Thank you very much. Yes. Honourable members, the House is adjourned till Tuesday, November 14th, 2023, at 10 o'clock in the forenoon.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Dear products Nadia Makeup, I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. Who pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Quaniton, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Brahmin the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer in 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors.
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #Legalize Organ Donation Now. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk. Yummy. Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes. Simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Wow. You Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I don't make one kasa.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker, yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Right here in Canada, guys. You see the glow? Do you see how I'm glowing? Right here in Saskatchewan, Regina. Today I'm taking you to the farmers market. It happens every Saturdays here in Regina. So I'm taking you today because it's currently fall. They do it indoor. During the summertime they usually do it outdoor, but this time around it's going to be indoor. So we are going to the market, and my auntie also has a stand there, so the better. Let's go, let me take you around. It's cold. This is my outfit for today. Let's go, guys. Hello guys, in today's vlog we are attending an indoor farmers market and exploring beautiful places to see in Regina, Saskatchewan. So we are currently doing the setup here at the farmers market. So guys, I'm here with Braden and Saha. And we're here at the farmers market, so they're going to take me since they know almost every vendor here, so they're taking me around. So are you excited just as I am?
I am so excited. There's so much to see here.
Okay.
Let's go that way.
Let's go.
The Regina Farmers Market is a non-profit cooperative, members of which are all vendors, and they all sell locally produced in Regina. During summer, it's done outdoor, and during the fall and winter, it's done indoors. Today is one of their indoor markets, and I can't wait to explore the farmers market with you.
Start with her. She sells grapes. Thank you. Grape juice. So I'm going to try it. From where?
From my garden.
From your garden. Oh, I see. It's really good.
I know, you get them from everywhere, even fancy hotels.
And you grow them here in Saskatchewan?
Right in Regina.
Wow. Guys, so this is a juice. It's really nice. It tastes like, you see the kind of juice they give to us when we like communion juice? It tastes like communion juice. In Ghana, we have communion juice, and it tastes like communion juice.
Ah.
Yeah. Thank you. What do you sell?
Samosa. This is vegetarian samosa.
Okay.
And over here is vegetarian spring roll.
Okay.
The way how this girl makes them is real what makes a difference. What she does, she cuts her fresh vegetables, she marinates them first, and then she roasts them. And because of that, they are so loaded with such good flavor of the kind you just can't find anywhere.
Just can't find anywhere. One thing I have realized is, like here in Saskatchewan, most people are vegan, but in my country, we eat a lot of meat, fish, everything.
Well, yeah. You eat fish and everywhere you go, even when you eat fish, you still eat
vegetables. Yes, that's true.
Which is your country?
Ghana. What do you sell? Oh, lamb. Okay. How long have you been at the farmers market?
This is our second year.
This is the second year. Oh, okay. Lovely. I'm creating a YouTube video.
Are you? Live?
Yes. No, not live. Just created.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Right on.
Yeah, say hi.
So aqua spice is actually a chili sauce, and it's mainly a Ghanaian sauce. So you can literally add it to anything. You can add it to rice, vegetables, spring rolls, anything that you want a flavorful cake to. This is your go-to sauce. Yeah. So it's such a unique sauce, and it's so good. It's got a lot of flavor and everything that you would want to add to anything you can add as pepper spice to.
How would you rate the spiciness of it?
It depends, because everybody's palate is different. I would eat it hot. Yes, because I grew up eating it. Some people will eat it.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good, and you?
Oh, doing great.
I see some beautiful African prints.
Yes, we've got some batik.
Lovely.
Yes.
Where are they from? Which country?
So, Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe.
Yes.
Hey, Zimbabwe representing.
All the way, I'm telling you.
Yeah. These are beautiful. So how much is this?
So we have that on for 20.
20?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
20 Canadian dollars.
Yes.
It's beautiful. So these are like table mats, right?
So those are actually cushion covers.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, they don't look like that.
Thank you. You have beautiful designs.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
So you came?
Yeah.
She was telling me her daughter is married to a Nigerian.
A Nigerian, okay.
Yeah. So, and then she was explaining to me that they also have batiks there.
Yeah.
And I was just telling her this is the Southern African version of it. But hands down, I personally like the Ghana ones.
Ghana batiks. Ghana batiks are beautiful. Yours are also beautiful.
Oh yeah, not
and
bad.
This is something I have.
The farmers market is a perfect place to find all your fresh produce.
farmers market. It's an indoor market. During summer they usually do outdoor market, but because it's currently fall, it's indoor, so everyone sells like all kinds of things from clothing to food to vegetables, and it's beautiful to see. Like I've seen like 4 or 5 African shops, and I'm like, oh, that's nice. So how often do you do the farmers market?
Our markets, they run every week, every Saturday throughout the winter. It'll be in the same location. Everything has to be made, baked, or grown in Saskatchewan, so it's all locally produced.
These are local rice?
This is wild rice, yeah.
Wild rice. Oh, lovely. And they are dark in color. I haven't seen this type of rice before.
Yeah, so Saskatchewan grown, and grown north of Hudson Bay, Saskatchewan. 3rd generation farmer, and yeah, so it's actually a superfood. So it's really good for you, and also survival food as well too, so it'll last indefinitely.
Oh, okay. Wow, this is how the rice looks like.
So this is the broken rice. So it's broken up into smaller pieces, just due to transportation factor when we're drying it out. So this is the longer rice. So it's fuller. It takes a little longer to cook, but when it cooks, it flours open really nice.
Okay, but the color is dark like this.
So it's kind of this color, yeah. But it will open up and turn into like a grayish whitish color.
Whitish. Oh, okay.
Whitish gray color, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's a little different.
Yeah, very different.
Yeah.
Very different from the usual rice we eat. Yeah. So we are done. It's time to pack out. Outside is cold, so I have my jacket on, about to leave. And yeah, as you can see, everybody else is packing. It started at 9 and it ends at 1. I love the fact that as soon as it was 1 o'clock, everybody started like packing. This is also the Mosaic Stadium, which is their national stadium where all the matches are played here.
This is the government seat of Saskatchewan.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So this is our government building where the Prime Minister is. No, every province has a premier, so we don't call them prime ministers. The Prime Minister is the federal. So but this is our head is called the premier.
So do you have to pay to enter, or you can enter?
I'm not sure. Maybe we can enter the ledge.
Guys, wow, look at this behind me. Yeah. It's so beautiful.
Saskatchewan Legislative Building. So the ledge has 3 flags flying on it.
On top of it, yeah.
On top of it.
Yeah.
So the middle one is the Canadian flag. The left with the green and the yellow background is the Saskatchewan flag. And then
that's England.
And then on your right is the English flag, the England flag.
Oh.
So the reason being that the English flag being there is because Canada is a Commonwealth, right? Okay. So Canada is part of Canada, because Canada is a Commonwealth. The Queen, or now it's King Charles is the King of Canada. So that's why they're flying those 3 flags there.
Wow.
Yeah, that's why we have the 3rd flag as the like the British flag. Yeah.
Guys, this place is so beautiful, and I love the fact that the trees are like yellow. Guys, look at this. Isn't this beautiful? God is good. So guys, we are currently approaching the man-made lake. Yeah. It's called what?
Wascana Lake.
Wascana Lake.
Yeah.
Wow. I'm sure during summer here it's like packed, right?
Yes.
Because it's fall.
They have like a nice trail.
Okay.
That people just walk.
This place is a very beautiful place and a perfect spot for your picnics and your social gatherings. Do they allow social gatherings here?
Yes, they do.
They do?
Yeah.
For free?
I think so. Because, okay, so there's another side of the Wascana Park.
Okay.
Or the other side of the lake. They have, so you can have social gatherings. They have like barbecue spots built everywhere.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then you can just go have your meat and everything and make up your friends, start barbecue.
Okay.
Yeah. Can have your own picnic.
Guys, we are leaving the legislative place. Legislative what?
Building.
We are leaving the legislative
So
building.
this is the seat of Saskatchewan.
Yeah.
The government seat.
And take one more look before we leave.
Our next stop is the Mackenzie Art Gallery, which is another beautiful place to see on your next trip here.
So we got this book for free, and she says today we get it for free because it's our first time at the gallery. So yeah, on a normal day you would have paid $6, but she offered to give it to us for free. Today, I don't know, maybe today is a lucky day for me. And guess what? I just met somebody who watches my YouTube videos all the way from Ghana. She's called Faith. She said she works around here. Whenever you come, look for her. She was so shy. She's like, I don't want to be on camera, but I'm sure she's going to see this video. So Faith, nice meeting you. So yeah, this is how it looks like from here. When I saw the name Kunedu, I just felt like the person is a Ghanaian, only for me to enter and the pictures are of black people. So yeah, I may be right, the person is really Ghanaian. So this is some of his designs and photographs. Yeah, I love this. I think he's really a Ghanaian artist. This is really beautiful here. The tour, we are going to have ice cream at one of the best ice cream spots here in Saskatchewan, and it's called the Danny's Artisan Ice Cream. Auntie says if I try this ice cream, I will not love any other ice cream in Ghana, so I'm very fingers crossed to expecting the best ice cream here in Canada. Yeah.
Hello YouTube.
So yeah, I want to try the ice cream.
Follow her on YouTube.
Okay, so I don't eat chocolate. So
yeah, nothing chocolate.
Yes.
I'd say the strawberry honeycomb.
I'm excited.
Is super popular.
Which one? The strawberry honeycomb?
You guys can. So this one's the strawberry.
Yeah. So this is the
strawberry honeycomb.
Okay.
It's nice. Let me try
that.
that.
Yeah, let it try.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
We also have sweets.
Thank
And you know what?
Thank you.
Let me
go my
I might go with that, but then I like it.
This is the cookies and cream.
This is ice
and
cream.
she was right. So she asked me to try it. This is what caramel.
Yeah.
Cheesecake. I'm going to try.
It tastes so good, you know. I know. I'll take that, honestly.
I should have taken the cheesecake. Guys, let's see. The ice cream is as nice as Auntie Emefa described. It's really, really good. I had to get a small cup so that I can put in the cone. It was really, really, really good. All fresh fruits here, and mommy has some of her shito here, and this is where the shito is. So if you're looking for anywhere to get some shito here in Regina, this is the place. So we just came here to pick a few things and head back to the house. So I just wanted you to see. So guys, let me know in the comment section, did you enjoy watching this video? Let me know in the comment section. Until next time on my next video, I want to say I love you all. Much love from Saskatchewan. Let's go. I love you all. Much love. Mwah.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Dear products Nadia Makeup, I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. Who pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Kwanyet, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Brahmin the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer in 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses? Talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors.
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@GhanaWeb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty blackberry twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk. Yummy. Oh, McBerry Twist Cupcakes. Simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. You Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I don't recall one casa.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker, yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
This is the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. It's a national police service here in Canada. Before you become a police in Canada, you have to pass through training here in Regina, Saskatchewan.
So, say hi to my auntie once again. I just met her in town, and today we are going somewhere special. And of course, you all are coming together. I'm excited. This is going to be like my official first tour day here in Saskatchewan. So,
the vacation, her rest day is finished. She rested for few days.
And guys, and it's cold. It's currently about 8 degrees now. This is my outfit for today. Guys, let me know in the comment section, do I look cute? I feel cute though. So let's go. Hey auntie, where are we going?
We're going to the RCMP depot.
Okay.
So the RCMP is Royal Canadian Mounted Police.
Okay.
And they are the Federal Police of Canada. So their training depot is in Regina, Saskatchewan.
So everybody who is a police will pass through this.
A federal police will pass through this city. That's where they will have their training. Where we are driving through, this is our Mosaic Stadium.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is the home for our football club.
Oh wow.
They're a Canadian football club. They are called the Saskatchewan Rough Riders. So this is their home. That's their national stadium. So that's it.
Oh, it's Mosaic. So beautiful.
So,
wow.
Yeah, so that's our Mosaic Stadium.
Wow.
The home of the riders.
We are currently at the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Depot. It was established in 1920. Any police you see in Canada has passed through these training grounds. Some of the duties of an RCMP officer is to prevent and solve crimes, enforce federal law, build and maintain relationships with communities, and keep Canadians safe. Gift shop here at the depot.
This is a replica of an RCMP woman.
Yeah, I realized they give them some gifts. So they have things you can get for a family member or a friend. This is cute.
So that's a typical RCMP vehicle, the police vehicle. So that's a replica one.
So beautiful. Like handcuffs. And here, where the boots for the police.
And also 80% of what we do is the boots.
Okay.
So in week 7, when you go through, you're fit with your boots. So we either stretch them to fit each individual or we cut them back to fit each individual. So if we stretch them, we soak them in here, and then we use a series of blocks and wedges like this to wedge them open to the size we need.
I see.
See, yeah, and so
like this.
So every time you have 2 of anything, they're a little different. Right.
I get to hold an officer's boot.
Right here.
Yes.
And I really like the leather quality.
I know, it's such a good quality leather.
Now the original boots, right? They're not. They're all leather, but they look. There's no dimension to them. And as you can see by those or anything that's been polished already, like these are a good example because this is one of the guys in drill.
Yeah, they do it right.
So they look, 3-dimensional as opposed to just being, like you said, matte or flat.
Yeah, flat.
So how many boots are you entitled to here?
As many as you want.
How many do you have?
I have one.
One?
My original pair. Yes, 25. Got 25 years. Got it. Still got it.
The place is really huge, and I've been walking for quite some time now.
So this is the headquarters.
Yeah.
The headquarters?
Yeah, okay.
The headquarters.
Okay. So we are going inside the headquarters. Yeah. It's currently fall, so you'll notice most of the trees look like this, and the leaves are all over.
So this is called star blanket. So a star blanket is very unique to indigenous people. So when an indigenous person gives you a star blanket, that means you're very unique. Yeah, I mean, it's an honor.
RCMP flag for Saskatchewan. So you got the 3.
So you have the 3 wheat.
Yes.
So those wheat represent Saskatchewan.
The 3 wheat.
Yeah. So because Saskatchewan grows grains, so when you see Saskatchewan, anything Saskatchewan, you see the wheat.
Okay. Thank you so much for the tour.
Oh, you're very welcome.
We needed access to be able to explore this place, and he did.
That's right. Otherwise security would have stopped.
Exactly. So wanted to say thank you. We are about to enter the museum, which is right behind us, and we still have our visitors card, so we are going to use that to visit the museum. So let's go, guys. So these are the ceremonial attires each one wears.
We are currently at the RCMP Heritage Center. You get to explore the history of the RCMP from the formation of the Northwest Mounted Police, which was in 1873, to a modern day stories of the RCMP through a variety of traditional informative exhibits. This place is currently operated by a non-profit organization. It's a well-curated collection with many examples from former RCMP members, like the medals, weapons, uniforms, and all the equipment they used in the past. Everything represented here looks so real. Like the horse behind me looks like a real horse. Wow. And yeah, this is how it looks. This is more like an audio room where they explain everything here. So when you sit, you can hear it coming from the speaker here. And you just sit and listen to the history of Canada. And it's a beautiful place, I must say. So in all, I would say it was a lovely experience here. There's a lot of history to learn here. Make it a point to visit whenever you are in Saskatchewan. I recommend this place. It's a beautiful experience.
So this is a teepee. So a teepee is mainly for, it's a ceremonial hut or something for the indigenous people. That's where they do go in and do their ceremonies. And
Is it usually small or is very big?
No, teepees are huge.
They are huge. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
teepees are very, because this is a display teepee, but typically that's how a teepee looks like.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but they are very huge and tall. So yeah, you can get into it and yeah.
So it costs $10 to be able to access the museum, but it was such an enlightening time here at the museum. Guys, let me know in the comment section, would you visit this place on your next visit in Saskatchewan? Let me know. You know how I was struggling to mention Saskatchewan, but now it's
Saskatchewan.
like, now I'm getting used to it. I'm becoming a pro, you know? So yeah, let me know in the comment section, did you enjoy watching this video? Let me know. Let me know. So we are done with the tour. It's time to return our visitors pass and head back. So this is how it looks like from here. It's so beautiful, and I really like the weather. I came at a perfect time, not winter, not summer, but fall. So guys, let me know in the comment section, did you enjoy watching this video? Did you find this video educative? Let me know in the comment section. Until next time on my next video, I want to say I love you all. Much love from Saskatchewan here in Canada. Let's go. I love you all. Much love. Mwah.